and recognise their continuing connection to land, waters and culture. We pay respects to elders past and present, and I would like to acknowledge and pay my respects personally to the Ngunnawal people from whose lands I am dialing in from today. This is from Canberra, and extend that to all the places that you're dialing in from today across Australia, and extend that respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining today's training. So yes, welcome to today's Carbon Neutral Agriculture course session. I will hand over to Richard Eckard, who will be delivering the training, but my name is Zoe Booker and I work in the Commonwealth Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water, DQ, on the Carbon Farming Outreach Program. So today's session will have a particular focus on livestock, which Richard will go through and explore the science behind greenhouse gas emissions from agriculture, methods for measuring these emissions, and different opportunities to reduce emissions and store carbon. So the session is intended to provide supplementary information to support you in your CFOP projects by diving deeper into the technical aspects of carbon farming. However, it's not an expectation that trainers need to walk out of today's session with a full. Is to give you further information, tools and knowledge to continue to provide guidance and support in your communities as you deliver the Carbon Farming Outreach Program in your regions. And of course these sessions are optional and not mandatory, so it's just here to further support you. Just before I hand over, I just wanted to also mention that we're offering a couple of other webinars, expert webinars on carbon farming topics over the next couple of months, and you should receive an email with those details shortly from your project leads if you haven't already. But we've got one on the 11th of February and another on the 27th of February, both with Professor Richard Eckard. The first one's on what's driving carbon farming and why knowing about it is good for farm business. So that's the first expert webinar on the 11th of February. And then the second one, which is on the 27th of February, is about carbon calculators and exploring them in a bit more detail. And again, they're just supplementary to continue to support you in your delivery as well. And we've also got a cultural burning.
Yes. We've got significant crackling from your side when you're talking. It's quite hard to hear.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I'm glad someone said that because I was thinking it was me.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's see if I can rectify that. I'll pop a little summary of perhaps what I said in the chat, and then so I can hand over to Richard.
Great, thank you.
I'll check with everyone that it's not my side, because I've been frantically pushing buttons this side to see if it was me.
No, Richard, we can hear you clearly. Well, I can anyway.
Thank you. Thanks. All right. While Zoe's reconnecting, hi everyone. Richard Eckard. I have met some of you in my travels, particularly up at Karratha not so long ago, Bron. We caught up there. There's probably about 25 of us online, so we make good use of the chat. So as we're going through, there's lots of questions can come up. Just put them in the chat. I will monitor the chat and interrupt the presentation to go to the chat to answer questions. So please feel free to answer questions. To ask questions, maybe to get us going on the chat, if you could put in where you're from and what industry you are responsible for, just to get us going. On Monday, we had to do what's the maximum temperature you're going to have in your environment today, because there was a general heat wave over the whole country, so we had a competition as to who had the highest temperature. But it's probably not as relevant today, so just tell us what industry you're in. So in particular, I do need to know if there's anyone in the monogastric industry, because this is really focused on ruminants in this presentation. So if you wanted me to deal with something on monogastrics, I can. Also, if you wouldn't mind just keeping your side on mute while we go through, that'll be great. Thank you. Zoe, how are you going? Zoe's quiet. All right, so people are starting to put their location into the chat. I might keep going with and see if Zoe comes back on. But Zoe said there'd be a message from DCCEW in the chat. So let's wait for that. I'll probably keep going just in terms of time. So this is obviously part of the Carbon Farming Extension and Outreach Program. And as part of that, it was felt that this a one-day version of our carbon neutral agriculture course that the University of Melbourne offer would give you a bit more depth of background and maybe some content and resources to draw on when you go to the next stage in your projects. So by all means, there are resources available through the University of Melbourne. You'll see there's some animations we come up with that you might find useful in explaining to farmers different things. As we go through. I know Zoe would have started with the acknowledgement of country, so let me do that from my perspective. I acknowledge the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, the lands on which I am virtually on today, and pay my respects to their elders past, present and future. And in particular, in the area of carbon farming, that traditional knowledge is actually quite important. It turns out as we dig into methods for looking after country, it becomes important. Zoe, if that's okay with you and you haven't sorted out the sound, I might just get straight into the subject. Yeah, I see a few from NTCA. You might remember that I gave a presentation. Will Onus organised me to come up there at least twice, I think. So I might have met some of you before. Anyway, going on to carbon farming, it just means when I draw on case studies or examples, I'll probably include some Northern Territory examples because we've done some work up that way, quite a lot actually. So in terms of the program, presuming you can all see it on hopefully at least one or two screens, we go through a program and just ignore the times on the left. I'll end at the right time. But depending on how many questions, we might spend longer or shorter on a section. I like to start off with why do we care? Who's asking? Where's the push coming from? Where's the drive coming from? And so I spend a bit of time on that because farmers need to know that this is not necessarily just an Australian government policy position. They need to know this is happening globally. And because we're so export focused in Australia, I think 73% of Australian agricultural produce is exported. So we're very vulnerable to export market demand. Then I go into greenhouse gas emissions from agriculture. What are they? Where they come from? Carbon farming, carbon neutral ag, just some definitions there around what we're talking about when we start talking about carbon neutrality. Then after a break, we have a methane section and then a nitrous oxide section. And between the cropping session on Monday, I flipped those around. So I had 45 minutes on nitrous oxide, 15 on methane. Today I do 45 on methane and 15 on nitrous oxide. So I don't really go into the cropping industries and fertilizer use much at all. So that's the idea of more of a livestock focus. Then we go into soil carbon and trees on farm. And if there's questions at the end, we wrap up at around, well, Monday we wrapped up at about 3 p.m., but we can go for at least 3:30. I would imagine we'd be wrapping up. All right. Zoe has put something in the chat, and you can see what that is. Please monitor the chat, and I've got it open on a separate screen so I can see when you post there. It looks like we're mainly in the ruminant industries today, a bit of cropping mixed with sheep. Greg wants to know about everything: cattle, sheep, goats, grain, and cane. We probably won't go into grain and cane today. We did that on Monday, but Greg, definitely feel free to sort of dig into the goats side, because some of the case studies could be around goats as well. All right, industry and market drivers. For those who were attending on Monday, the sessions on either side of the extended methane section are in common. I think it was you, Greg, you were here on Monday, if I've got the same Greg. So I like to go back to where it all started. This was on the agenda a long time ago. I mean, the reason why someone calls me the grandfather of carbon farming is I've been in this space for 25 years. But really, it was the Paris Climate Agreement that put it on the world's agenda, that we've got to be aiming for this net zero position by 2050, where greenhouse gas emissions and removals balance themselves at least by 2050. And the COP26 Glasgow Agreement, all that subsequent meetings have done is just say, we need to know short term what you're going to do, not just 2050. We want to know what you're going to do by 2030. So that's where we saw Australia set a 43% target by 2030, which I'll come to in a moment. Caroline, there's a horticulture session on Friday. So we had a cropping session on Monday, livestock today, and horticulture, I think, is the focus on Friday. But there's other sessions still coming up as well. So then I hear farmers talk about, we buried in reporting. And I thought, oh, well, let me see what the supply chain's facing. You just pop a quick Google search in on multinational supply sustainability reporting frameworks, and you come up with this horrendogram of montages of frameworks that people are having to face for ESG reporting. Fortunately, when you distill these down, they come down to a few common mechanisms. It'll be the Greenhouse Gas Protocol, International Financial Reporting Standards, and Task Force Nature on climate-related financial disclosures. So when you look at that and you think it's overwhelming, it does distill down to a few common methodologies that I'll go into in a moment. Jade asked an obvious question: the US pulling out of targets. I don't think it's going to affect the US either. It's going to affect US government policy, but because the US trades so heavily, I sit on advisory committees to a few companies in the US, and they are still aiming to meet EU standards, because the EU, well, basically, they won't take their product unless they meet the EU environmental standards. So actually, US government policy can change and pull out of agreements, but because we are dealing in a global trade environment, for example, US beef is planning on feeding supplements to reduce methane from Texas feedlots, not because they believe in the reduction of methane, but because their export markets are requiring it. So I suspect the US pulling out of the agreement is not going to change much for global policy. We might find a change if Australian government softens the target, in other words, takes away the 2030 target and just sticks with the 2050 target. And we all have a debate about nuclear. But in terms of global, there's too much momentum behind this, what's on the screen here. So let's go into a section on mandatory reporting. There's mandatory reporting for companies and countries. So dealing with companies first, you ask why? Well, 100 companies are responsible for 70% of the world's industrial emissions. So unless you're dealing with companies, you're not getting anywhere. And this is just a quick summary of what's happening in the company world, where the Carbon Disclosure Project, the Science Based Targets Initiative, EU Sustainability Reporting, California, US Securities and Exchange. Well, one could argue that last comment about, will the US pull out? I suspect the US Securities and Exchange might be affected by US policy. But the rest are all covering company emissions and giving them targets. Pragna, yes, we will circulate the PDF. the university gets frustrated with me because I make changes up until a few seconds ago. So they can't send it out before the event. They probably can only do it after the event. This is such a dynamic space that we keep changing the notes. So let's go back one slide. So we've got companies on notice about their greenhouse gas emissions. When you see their responses, this is just a snapshot of what the multinational agricultural value chain are doing. You'll hear me talk about value chain, not supply chain. Supply chain might be Fonterra, but if you include the banks, the insurance companies, the advisory companies, that all is the value chain of agriculture. So when you look at the targets being set here, they've all used the Science-Based Targets Initiative to determine how the targets are being set. But you could say, generally, there's about a 30% reduction in emissions target from our value chain. So these companies represent that 73% export focus that we have in Australia. So this is quite material. We did have an attitude a while back saying, well, if we just export to our northern neighbours, maybe they won't worry about targets. And then we had the Indonesian Bread Makers Association approach us saying, where can we buy carbon neutral or low emissions wheat from Australia? So suddenly don't think that the Indonesian Bread Makers Association are ignoring these targets as well. So they're very real. So when you look at countries, you can see international financial reporting standards are now adopted in a number of countries, affecting thousands of companies. And they include the IFRS S2, which is your climate-related financial disclosures. You can see the companies there. And in many cases, they now are starting to include what they call their scope 3s. So if you're a farmer supplying one of those companies in that country, your accounting is part of the deal. So you can see Fonterra, for example, would be one of these countries covered by New Zealand policy, which means they need to know what the emissions are of dairy farms in New Zealand. Now, in Australia, we've seen the Mandatory Related Climate Financial Disclosures Treasury Laws Amendment Act, which covers agricultural supply chains from 2027. So this is happening in Australia as well. As a result of this emerging environment, we went to government, to the minister, and convinced the minister that you can't have the private sector determining the methodology by which this accounting is done. There has to be a national standard. So we've seen that really happen rapidly in a number of countries like Canada, the US, New Zealand, and now Australia, where we're developing a voluntary greenhouse gas estimation and reporting standard. It's probably not a standard like an ISO standard, but it's a framework. It's a guideline by which agricultural, fisheries, and forestry industries need to report their greenhouse gas emissions. So this is really important for you because the feedback we get is there are too many tools out there for agriculture to do accounting. Which tool do we use? They don't give the same answer. This is designed to address that problem where, well, all you ask for the supplier of the tool is, are you 100% compliant with the VIA's standard, yes or no? If you're not compliant, we can't use your tool. You have to be compliant with the standard. Then that should solve the problem of different answers from different tools. So the link at the bottom of this page will give you access to this table. It just tells you the phase-in of the various entities. So you can see that Group 1 starts in January 2025. That's in red because Zoe pointed out to me the other day that that's the only part of the link at the bottom that isn't still current. In other words, the link at the bottom says 1st of July 2024, which clearly wasn't the date. So that's been amended. But you can see the phase in, and by 1st of July 2027, agriculture as a scope 3 is covered by most of our supply chain. So we see the multinational supply chains covered by either their Science-Based Targets Initiative or by their International Financial Reporting Standard legal frameworks. And they're doing this because they're managing shareholder risk, and I'll show you that in a moment. We also see multinational and central banks and insurers requiring these financial disclosures. So Rabobank, for example, has to not only report to the Prudential Regulatory Authority in Australia, but they have to report to the European Central Bank on their greenhouse gas exposure from their loans in Australia. So we're doing a lot of work with Rabo to try and understand what is their exposure to greenhouse gas emissions. How do they get that number? Now, the next two slides are quite important to try and understand whose target is whose. When we talk of scope 3, what do we mean? And I thought I'd just spend some time getting this really nice and straight. So when you look at the farm, so you're talking to a group of farmers now and you're trying to explain what's scope 1, 2, and 3. Scope 1 is what are the emissions that come directly from your farming operation, from the application of nitrogen fertilizer, from the methane from the animals, from the use of lime, from the use of diesel on the farm, direct. Scope 2 is an emission that occurs somewhere else off the farm, but as a result of something you consume on the farm. So electricity is your obvious one there. So most of intensive agriculture will be consuming electricity out of the grid. So it's really the emission that occurred in the Hunter Valley or the Latrobe Valley or one of those. The further you go remote in Australia, scope 2 doesn't exist. Like a lot of the Northern Territory, the properties are too remote. So their electricity emissions are probably scope 1s from diesel from a generator. Then scope 3 is, it sounds unfortunate, but the farm has to take account of their emissions as a result of what they buy into the farm. So that's emissions that occur pre and post farm. We stop at the farm gate because usually the farmer doesn't control what happens beyond the farm gate. But if you think about the emissions to manufacture urea are very substantial. Fertilizer, nitrogen fertilizer, the Haber-Bosch process is a very energy intensive process. So unless you buy carbon neutral urea, you have to cop that. If you buy glyphosate, glyphosate is a nitrogen-based product, has a big carbon footprint, 3 times the carbon footprint of all other herbicides. So you cop that. The reason being is you then phone up the fertilizer company next year and say, I don't want to inherit this. You've got to take responsibility and give me carbon neutral urea. I'll show you some figures later where that's already happening because some fertilizer companies are deliberately now buying low emissions urea out of North America, out of Canada, rather than buying it out of China because it comes at a lower emissions footprint. So we're already on the treadmill of getting to the point where we're not inheriting other emissions downstream. Now let's switch it around and say, well, what about the value chain? When we talk scope 1, 2, and 3, when we talk about the bank or we talk about Fonterra or we talk about JBS as a livestock. Yeah, Bron, it always comes up about double dipping. And the reason we have it in is to force the conversation so that we don't double dip. In other words, next year you see, oh, I've got inherited all these scope 3s. I don't want to cop it. Surely the fertilizer company should be taking account of it. So you get on the phone and say, have you taken account of your emissions? Are you supplying me with neutral emissions? And if not, then you've got to cop it. But next year you're putting them under more pressure to take account and them to report and say, yes, we have covered our emissions. But if they haven't covered their emissions, they still exist. And so it's not double counting because it doesn't appear twice in the greenhouse gas inventory, but it does appear in the company report and it does appear in the agricultural product report. It's not double counting. It's dual reporting, but it's not double counting of an emission source. I hope that is clear because it is confusing, but it's deliberately to force the conversation to avoid double dipping. So when you flip it around and you say, well, now we're talking about Rabobank here, or we're talking about Fonterra, or we're talking about JBS or Greenhams, or the Grain Corp. Their scope 1 emissions are just that ute that drives up your driveway and consumes a bit of diesel or electricity. So not a big deal. When we talk about scope 2 emissions, we're talking about downtown Perth Rabobank office turning on the lights and consuming electricity. So it's not actually a big emission source. But when we talk about their scope 3, which now, as you saw in that mandatory financial reporting, climate-related financial disclosures, that includes the farms that supply them. So now suddenly you've got the supply chain scrambling to get an audit done of their supplier portfolio. We're not quite sure how this is going to pan out eventually, because you can't expect every single client of JBS or of Rabobank to suddenly have a greenhouse gas audit done on their property. That's not going to happen overnight. So there's a lot happening to try and get an estimate. Can we survey 100 of our clients and get an estimate of what that number looks like? And say, well, all livestock producers in Western Queensland are about 15 kilograms of emissions per kilogram live weight produced. And so we'll take that as a median. Although the number can vary from 10 to 18, we'll take 15 because that's the head of the normal distribution of our sample. But it's really important to understand that when this value chain talk about their targets, they include the farm. That is their scope 3. And if you are a dairy supply company, it's your biggest emission. 95% of the emissions of a dairy supply chain is the farmers that supply them. Most of the emissions of JBS or Greenhams is the farms that supply them. So their scope 1 and 2 are negligible and could be eliminated overnight. Scope 3 is where they have a problem or challenge. Now, really important to split this out and say whose target is whose and what are these targets. Because the left-hand column, I'll bring out the right-hand column later. If you're talking absolute targets, absolute greenhouse gas emissions, this is greenhouse gas emissions per business unit or per state or per country. So this is Australia has committed to net zero by 2050 and 43% by 2030. That's an absolute target. So typically around the world, you see countries and companies have gone for about 30% by 2030 and net zero by 2050. And you can see industry strategies like the CN30 strategy, which said carbon neutral by 2030. Pragna asked, I had some farmers who had the opinion that the animals they buy fall under scope 2. No, they can't. Because scope 2 is an emission that occurs elsewhere as a result of consumption on the farm. So you're not consuming that animal on your farm yet. It comes in as a scope 3. So if you buy steers onto your farm, they come in as a scope 3. Their emissions from birth to sale on that other farm becomes your inherited scope 3 as a result of pre-farm emissions when you buy them. Now, you say, well, that's unfair. Well, it's already playing out in that I had a steer finishing operation in Victoria say, how do we become carbon neutral and get rid of that? Well, I said, well, you could buy from Jigsaw Farms because they can sell you carbon neutral steers. So straight away, there's options appearing where that conversation has started to say, how do we eliminate that? Well, you go and buy from someone who's taken account of their emissions and you get a carbon neutral product. You eliminate it that way. So hopefully on the left, you can see absolute emissions. But when we talk about that chart I showed you earlier of value chain targets, it's really important to understand those value chain targets are not absolute. Yes, the net zero by 2050 is zero, so 2050. But the 2030 targets are the basis on which they purchase. And when you're a dairy company, you're not buying a farm. You're buying per kilogram live weight or per kilogram milk solids. If you're buying wool, you're buying per ton of wool. And so it's really important that their metrics, their 30% is emissions per ton of product produced. So it's emissions per kilogram live weight, emissions per ton of wool or cotton. So why I say this is so important is because when you're talking to farmers about how do they get to the head of the queue, emissions per unit live weight is they've got things to do because they might not be able to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, but they can increase the efficiency of live weight production. They can pick up their weaning rate, they can reduce mortality, they can grow animals faster, get them through the property quicker. That all changes the emissions per unit live weight. Douglas asked, what about the emissions to process steer into meat? Do they contribute to the process of scope 3? Yeah, look, that is why we stop at the farm gate for agriculture. So there's a global agreement that the farmer can't take responsibility for what's downstream of the farm at the processor level. The processor takes responsibility for that. So we've made a clear separation. The only caveat would be, for example, the wine industry, where the wine industry takes responsibility right to the bottle, because in most cases, it's an integrated operation right through to the bottle. And so a lot of wineries exist on farm. But most of the rest of it, if you're a red meat supplier, it goes on the train, and the moment it's on the truck with a train, it's the supply chain's emission problem, not yours. That's just for what you can take account of, because the farmer can't take responsibility for how they consume electricity at the slaughterhouse. Now, when you look at emissions intensity, this is important in the communication with farmers, because now suddenly they've got something they can work on, which is if you are a 18 kilograms of emissions per kilogram live weight producer in Western Queensland, and you're at 40% weaning, well, you can pick it up to 60% weaning and be a 15, which is back to the average. Bron, sorry about the Pilbara, because, you know, in the Pilbara, it's sometimes quite difficult to get up to 50% weaning rate, but at the conference we were at the other day, there were some that were claiming to be well above that. So we'd better look at what they're doing fairly quickly to see how they become more efficient. But it's important to understand that these supply chain targets are set by our value chain, our banks, our insurers, our supply chain companies, and they apply to the farm. But it gives us something to work on. Now, to get more specific, and those of you from NTCA would relate to this, we've been working with AACO for quite a long time, back to 2018 actually, when this report came out, the Farm Animal Investment Risk and Return. I'm not presenting this to scare anyone, but this is reality, what's being presented to institutional investors in boardrooms in the London Stock Exchange and the New York Stock Exchange. And what they did here was rank all the publicly listed livestock companies from good performance to bad performance globally. And you can see Fonterra, number 4 on the good side, because they put millions of dollars into methane research in New Zealand. Ingham's sitting somewhere in the middle. Well, poultry doesn't produce much greenhouse gases anyway, so they can be in the middle. But unfortunately, one of our biggest livestock companies from Northern Australia was 7th from the worst in the world. So I get a frantic phone call from the special ops manager. We've got to do something. So we get on a plane and go through all the AACO properties, get them involved in carbon farming projects, get a carbon audit done on their property. Guess what? The latest report came out last year, and while Fonterra and Ingham stay much the same, because you know they just the same as what they were, AACO has shifted quite far up the scale, just because they've got involved, and they are making money out of carbon credits as well. So, you know, great outcome for everyone. So it does matter. If you look at dairy as another example, you've got 2 examples I throw out here that now I'm not saying that nut milks will take the world. I think it'll remain a niche market. So that's not what I'm saying here. I'm saying if you're a dairy farmer and you're looking at the bold text on the screen here, you'd be pretty worried about the narrative that is out there. And we see Danone, 3rd largest dairy processing company globally, buying the nut milk, the Silk brands of nut milks. That's that bottom right-hand corner picture. But it's the narrative that I want to point you to. Leveraging consumer trends, healthier, more sustainable eating. More sustainable than what? More sustainable, the implication is, than animal agriculture. Right or wrong, not a judgment. And then you've got our 3rd largest dairy processor in Australia, Norco, forming a company with CSIRO called Edenbrew to make milk out of yeast fermentation. Well-known technology, well-established, might never take over the world, but look at the words used: no methane, no pollution, casein without the cow, animal-free, sustainably produced. I personally would be saying we've got to get onto this to make sure that we do what AACO did and just show that we are doing something active here to manage the perception of risk. It'll translate eventually into market. So we see responses like the Australian red meat industry, very bold to set a CN30s target. I probably, if they'd come to me and said, would you recommend this? I would have said, well, not carbon neutral by 2030. I think that's a pretty tall ask. And probably they won't get there. But why did they do that? Well, because other jurisdictions around the world are doing the same thing. We've got a state of Mato Grosso do Sul in Brazil that has set the carbon neutral initiative, deliberately including livestock. And if you know them, they've got a significant livestock. About 60% of their emissions come from agriculture. New Zealand, very bold as well. 49% of New Zealand emissions come from agriculture. 36% come from dairy. 28% of New Zealand emissions come from dairy methane. It's very surprising to see the target set in a country like that. What is significant, and I'll come to this later, is they have not set a zero target for methane. They've set about a 43% reduction in methane by 2050 would be the equitable contribution of methane. That's an important nuance in there, and something Australia could look at. But we've seen California set a target. Now, you've got to be careful about this, because you could argue the change in the New Zealand government could have been driven partly by the potential methane tax. The change in the Netherlands government you could argue had something to do with the destocking policy they were coming up with. Ireland's under similar pressure at the moment. And if you look at the California bill, we've had some feedlots in California shift across to Arizona where they don't face the target. So we've got to be careful how we do this, and we've got to bring farmers along with us on the journey and own part of the challenge here. But the Global Methane Pledge, that's the graph, the map on the right, has set a target for 30% less methane by 2030. And that's absolute methane, not a methane intensity. And Australia has signed up to that. Now, a little nuance in there, for those of you in Northern Australia in particular, that's 30% less methane, not 30% less livestock methane. And if you know where our greatest uncertainty is in the Australian greenhouse gas inventory, it's how much methane comes out of the coal industry and fracking operations. It's just 55 times all of the fracking operations. It's really one of our biggest uncertainties. So what we're going to have to see in the next short while is greater measurement at site of where methane is produced in the industrial sector, on the mining sector first, before we even know what 30% less is. In terms of livestock, well, we thought we knew how many animals we have. We now have a reverse calculation that says we might have 5 million more head of cattle. So we've got to sort out the uncertainty before we know what 30% applies to. But here's just two contrasting examples you can see. There's many in between, but I thought I'd pick the sort of two extremes. Livestock. A quick search will show you that there's a number of organizations buying offsets to sell you a carbon neutral product. Now, they're not actually reducing methane at source. They are buying offsets from various markets. Whether that's right or not, it's a start. On the opposite side of the spectrum, it's not that difficult to be carbon neutral as a wine operation, because 90% of your emissions are from energy use. Only 5% of wine emissions in a bottle of wine come from the actual vineyard itself. The rest is just washing bottles, making bottles, recycling bottles, diesel, and electricity consumption. So, if you could argue if a winery went on to completely renewable energy, they would be 90% carbon neutral just tomorrow. So very different to the challenge of livestock, where we might not even know how many there are, let alone where they are. Now, really important in your understanding, and the banks are taking this quite seriously, but there's a fundamental difference between a sequestration reduction, a sequestration credit you can call it, as opposed to an emissions avoidance. So reducing methane is fundamentally different to storing carbon in soils and trees. By definition, you can only store a certain amount of carbon in soils or a certain amount of carbon in trees. That is a universal law of diminishing returns. You plant a black wattle tree, it will grow up, and 20 years later, it will maximize its growth, and it only lasts about 20 years. So it will die in 20 years' time, and your carbon is a stock, not an annual change in carbon. Same with soils. There's plenty of data we can show you to say soils will increase in carbon up to a point, and that new point represents your rainfall or your management, and it will level out at that new point. So what that means is if you sell it, you can't repeat the performance. You've got that 1 hectare under wattles that are now 20 years old. Unless you cut them down and replant, well, you're not moving forward because it's maximized. So the more you sell, the less you have to meet your own supply chain needs later on when your supply chain wants you to share that with them. And then there's the risk reversal of flood, fire, and drought. Emissions avoidance, I see, is fundamentally different because if you sell your animals early for market this year, you can do that again next year. If you put less nitrogen fertilizer on, you can do that next year and sell that emission infinitely until the day comes when the supply chain say, we want you to share a low carbon result with us. And so you then choose to inset them rather than to offset and generate money out of offsetting. There's no risk of reversal or permanence rule applying because either the emission did or didn't happen. If the methane didn't get emitted, it didn't get emitted. So from a risk profile, from an investor point of view, it's far more secure to invest in emissions avoidance projects because the risk of reversal of that credit is not there, as opposed to sequestration. Bunny asked, did you say that it was 55% more methane produced in industry versus ag? Our estimate is about 50-50 at the moment, but the certainty with which agriculture is accounted is a lot higher than which the industrial emissions are accounted. So if you look at the national inventory and how they account for fracking, methane, and coal seam gas emissions, it's a hugely rubbery figure, and it needs to be dramatically tightened up before we actually know what it is. But agriculture is about half, and the mining industry is about half, roughly. Hopefully that was what you were asking. So this brings us to offsetting versus insetting. Now, you'll see definitions by Eckard at the bottom, so I'm taking the blame here. Basically because the Commonwealth currently doesn't have a policy position on insetting. It's very new emerging in industry as a possible way in which industry is going to have to manage this. It's not something that government can dictate because it's an industry strategy on how to meet their targets. So that's why the disclaimer. Now, so offsetting is what we currently have in place in the Australian carbon credit unit scheme, for example, where you buy and cancel or retire a carbon credit in order to compensate for your emissions. I'll get onto this under the safeguard mechanism because we've got targets set for big industry, big emitters in Australia that have to either change their emissions profile by adopting renewable energy technology or come to the land sector and buy carbon credits from your farmers in order to cancel those or retire those against their obligation. So that's classically falls under carbon credit trading. Insetting is quite different. It's probably not the right term. It was coined to be the opposite of offsetting, but my way of putting it across is more, it's socializing your low carbon number as a farm, socializing it within the value chain family. And I'll get to this in a little detail later to explain what it is. So it doesn't require carbon credits. It actually says you're just going to go to your value chain and say, I'm not a 15, I'm a 10. The average in my district is 15 for beef producers in Western Queensland. I'm a 10. I can offer you a low carbon number as a preferred supplier in this value chain. And they could, in future, choose to preferentially buy from you first so they don't incur a cost of buying carbon credits later. So if you think about it, if you go back to the targets that I was showing you by the supply chain or the value chain, if you think about it logically, the day that the bank set a target of 30% reduction in emissions intensity, or JBS set a target, or Greenham set a target, the day they did that, they assumed insetting. It was implied. They just didn't realize it at the time. The insetting model says, well, because the worst thing that can happen to your value chain is that you keep selling carbon credits out to the big mining giants. Because the more you sell your carbon outside of the family, the harder it is for them ever to achieve the target they've set. They'll never get there because they require the farm to share that number with them. It's just nobody's ever described what that business model looks like. So 5 years in and 5 years from a 2030 outcome, we're suddenly seeing a lot of activity in the value chain trying to figure this out. What's this business model look like? How are we going to get there? Now, I won't spend long on this because this is very, very early days. There's no formal position on this, but if you look at the logic on the top right, you've got your carbon audit on your farm or your region's farmers, and you say, well, an average prime lamb operation is probably an 8 to a 10, but if you get weaning rate above 150%, suddenly you're a 6, just because you're producing 1.5 lambs per ewe. So for the methane, the constant methane of a breeding ewe, you're producing 1.5 lambs, not 1. That's why it's impossible for beef to get below 10, because even at 90%, 95% weaning, a beef operation is about a 10. And we don't really do twinning, so it's only twinning that's going to get that number lower, which is why prime lamb looks better. Anyway, but if you're a value chain, you're going to say, well, why would I buy a 13 when I can buy a 6? Because I've got a 30% target. If the average of the industry is a 10 and I'm buying 6s, I'm getting to my target pretty quickly. If I buy a 13, I'm going to have to buy carbon credits to get to my target. So suddenly there's a value there. But what's important in the narrative is there's a counterfactual that's come in. If you are one of our big cattle companies and you're sitting on a few million carbon credits, you're going to say, well, hang on, I can sell those to the big mining giant at $35 a ton. That is millions of dollars of income that, which is why we're saying to the farmers, take financial advice, because you could sell carbon credits and refence your whole property and improve the breeding of your herd and be more productive. But you could also lock yourself out of your value chain who want to only buy from customers that are a 6, not a 10. So that's something you've got to take financial advice on. But one emerging solution that is, like I said, hot off the press is the supply shed concept that came from sustained cert in the US. This is really happening in the US at quite a rate at the moment. That's why I sit on an advisory board to some of these companies. If you think of it as a virtual cooperative, something that farmers are familiar with is a cooperative, but this is a virtual cooperative. You've got a group of suppliers, say in the red meat value chain, all sitting around the table saying, I am a bank, I bank with them, and I've got a 30% target. But actually, the meat supply company, it's the same 30%. It's not a different 30%. Your bank's 30% target is a scope 3 on your farm. The meat processor is a 30% on your farm. Coles supermarket, that target is on your farm. So it's the same 30%. And what's starting to emerge is they're understanding that they are codependent on each other because they are co-claiming the same 30%. And so why wouldn't they sit around a table and figure out, well, I'll put 4 cents a kilo live weight into the pot. I'll put a ton of Bovierre into the pot. I'll put a low interest rate into the pot. And suddenly it makes a value proposition that makes up the $35 a ton. So, Greg, what's the mechanism for providing confidence in the emissions avoidance? Which methodology for registering ACCUs? What is it climate active? I've got to be careful here because the private sector is moving fast here. I'd put you onto companies like Athian, A-T-H-I-A-N, a global company. You see, this is moving globally. If you're a multinational beef supply company, you can buy your 30% from Argentina, from Brazil, from a feedlot in Texas, from South Africa, from Australia. And so these methodologies are going global. They are tightly linked to the type of methodologies that exist in the Australian Carbon Farming Initiative, which is now Australian Carbon Credit Scheme. But be aware that the momentum is moving fast. But in terms of methodology, I've been part of approving some of these methods under the Australian scheme and internationally, and they all actually read very much the same. What comes back to it is is it credible co-claiming is what the market will ask. And so that's why the science integrity has to be in there. Yeah, where's the best place to get that financial advice? One of the problems, Caroline, is we've got this situation where, and this is one of the purposes of having something like the CFOP, is right now most farmers, the best advice they're getting is from self-interested carbon salespeople who are interested in selling them a carbon project, and that's not where you take financial advice. And so I would say, you know, in Australia, to take financial advice, it has to be a registered financial authority. Not me. I can't give financial advice. You could go through your major consultancy group to get that advice. I know that the big consultancy firms are training themselves up in this area quite rapidly. And your point about cowboys and cowgirls out there is exactly true, because what you don't want to do is take advice from someone who wants to sell you a carbon project. Not in this environment, not where insetting is equally important to offsetting. So Bron, to go back into the supply shed, if you think about it as a virtual pot, a virtual cooperative that sits in the middle of a big cattle company, a supermarket, McDonald's that wants the rest of the carcass, JBS that wants to market the carcass, and the bank that banks with all of them. What hasn't happened is they haven't sat around the same table and said, okay, what can you put into this virtual pot? And so what we're seeing is that conversation emerging. There's one going in the cotton industry right now. There's one started in the dairy industry. There's one we started in the Grain Growers Alliance, Grain Corp, sorry. And there's one going in the red meat industry. And I'm encouraging as many of these conversations to start as possible. So Brian, if you're interested, we could work together on getting one going in the Northwest, for example, where we actually work out, well, who can put what into the pot? How do we equilibrate the value of that so that the counterfactual is real, so that we don't have cattle companies selling carbon credits outside of the family when the family wants the low carbon number. Now, someone smarter than me has to try and reconcile that pot, because if you've got the bank putting a 0.25 interest rate reduction in, you've got the meat company putting 4 cents a kilo live weight in, you've got McDonald's saying we'll put 1,000 methane vaccines into the pot, it has to equilibrate somehow, and each commodity and each industry might have to have their own solution. But that conversation has to happen. So I don't know if that's clear enough, Bron, but we could take it up later on. Because I'm keen to see if you know if your organization is willing to sort of broker that within your region. It's a useful conversation to start having. Now, just to put it in context, though, so I'm willing to follow up with people on this as we go, but we've got to be cautious about getting too myopic about carbon, and that sounds like a terrible thing for me to say when carbon is such an imperative. But we're already on notice from the Australian Agricultural Sustainability Framework that P1, P2, P3, I contributed to all of those, but I was very aware that P5 and P6 were coming. If you look at where those white arrows are pointing in the Sustainability ESG framework, we're on notice saying by 2030, the world cares about carbon, but we've got that under control, hopefully. And then we move on to biodiversity and we move on to water. And I happen to think this is really important, particularly for our more extensive grazing industries, where we struggle with methane. We don't know where our cattle are at any one time. Sometimes we don't even know how many there are. You'd be surprised how many good producers I've been doing carbon audits with who get their animal numbers quite wrong, like 400 animals missing because they're missing at the back of the farm 100 kilometers away. So that's not unusual. But the biodiversity they manage is very significant. And this is the heresy that, you know, is just me talking rather than official policy at all. But I can't see a world where we ignore both. We might get to 2030 and say, well, in this particular Northern Territory situation, we value the biodiversity so much that we will overlook the low methane per hectare because there's only one animal to 40 hectares. And so your termites are producing more methane than the animals on a hectare basis. So complete heresy, I know, but I can't see how we'll get around it if we have a balanced approach to an ESG portfolio where we don't value biodiversity equally to the carbon, and in some cases trade the one off against the other. So I'll finish with the heresy now, because it's not policy at all, but it's reality check. We'll go into a short section, Australian carbon crediting policy. I'll keep this quite short because the CFOP basic introduction that you would have done by now should have gone into what current policy is. You would probably have followed that it started with the Australian Carbon Farming Initiative, where we argued with government back in 2011 that a penalty environment wouldn't be as good as an incentive environment. Now, we see this playing out internationally where farmers in New Zealand are quite hostile about the imposition of taxes because they've always faced a penalty environment. Whereas in Australia, it's a different attitude where, well, what do we do to actually get the incentive? And so that was a good policy move. It had bipartisan support at the time. And the Carbon Credits Act of 2011 was around the Carbon Farming Initiative. It then became the Emission Reduction Fund, where government was reverse buying emission reductions. It's now the Australian Carbon Credit Scheme because the government is no longer buying, because the private sector market is actually working enough to ensure the trade. But this is carbon credit units allocated for reducing emission and increasing carbon stored in soils and vegetation when it comes to the Australian scheme. What I thought important was just to explain to you who does what, because after the Chubb review, there was a separation of authority in the line. So the department, DCCEW, the logo on the right, is responsible for the policy development of the scheme, for the legislation and oversight, for the science, for the methods created, for the rules of the scheme. So if your concern is around science integrity, it's the department that you need to talk to. The Clean Energy Regulator is now just the regulator. In other words, a statutory authority that administers the scheme around project compliance. Did you tick all the boxes? Here's a 200-page protocol. Did you tick the right boxes in how you've done your carbon accounting? So project compliance and managing carbon abatement contracts. So if you want to download the contracts and who's got what carbon credits, that spreadsheet is available from them. And then separate to that again is the Australian National Registry of Emission Units. This is key to the integrity of the scheme. And it's something that is a big concern that at the latest COP meeting, they were trying to clamp down on. Every Australian carbon credit unit is registered with the registry. So if I sell a carbon credit to Pragna, for example, we have to actually inform the registry that it's now changed ownership. So they at all times know where all carbon credits are residing, whether they've been retired by government or whether they're held by a power company in lieu of a future commitment. That's known. This is one of the big problems in the voluntary market. I was presenting to a group of livestock producers not so long ago, and someone sticks up their hand and says, so you're telling me I can sell my soil carbon on the voluntary market to 10 different markets simultaneously, the same carbon, and they won't know about each other. And that is true, because voluntary market carbon credits don't have unique identifiers that can track them. And that becomes a real point of integrity when you're looking at markets. If you're selling on the voluntary market, there is your responsibility to make sure you don't double sell. Whereas in the Australian scheme, there is a registry that tracks everyone with a unique identifier. That is actually quite important. If you go to the Clean Energy Regulator, you'll see where the projects are. You could probably predict that the ones in the higher rainfall regions are typically your forestry methodologies, your town councils reducing methane from effluent management. But if you go to Northern Australia, you get more human-induced regeneration, and savanna burning would be your sort of main project up that way. Bonnie asked, what's stopping someone making up their greenhouse gas numbers for reporting? There's no accountability moment, such as the trust system. Yeah, look, that's true. It depends on who you're reporting to. Usually, if there's integrity required in the reporting, like for example, JBS wanting to feed a supplement to feedlot cattle in Texas, they will go through a credible company that will do a formal protocol for the recognition of that accounting. So that would be someone like Athian. There's a lot of credibility in that arrangement. If you go to Vera, it kind of transfers the responsibility onto you to have done the audit correctly. So the voluntary market gets less and less credible. A lot of you would have heard about the sale of carbon credits in soil carbon credits on the voluntary market and Microsoft buying those. Part of that problem was that the integrity of the measurement wasn't there. And so Microsoft had to walk away from that. And going forward into the mandatory reporting, you're going to find a similar thing, where if you look at that document I referenced, the Treasury document, the government's deliberately said, listen, we're not going to hang you out to dry in the first couple of years. We recognize we're all on a journey here. This is my paraphrasing. But over time, we will lock down the integrity of this reporting mechanism. But when we're starting something new like this, we rely on everyone to do their best when they're reporting. You can trust that it will get better integrity as we go on, but it's never going to be an audit on every single farm. If you think about the tax system, it's only spot audits that are done. We rely on the big accounting firms and people to do the right thing, and spot auditing is how it works. It's probably only ever going to be along that line. I've included this scheme in here, this credit scheme. This is the results of the final reverse auction done under the Emission Reduction Fund. Not really to show you how many tons of abatement they contracted, but to show you where the activity has been, and nothing's really changed. It was the Carbon Farming Initiative, and really the forestry industry knew what they were doing from the beginning. So you would expect the biggest number of credits in pre-planting. The science was established. The second best was landfill town councils with effluent management, because the science was well established. They were ready to go. That happened. Agriculture, the reason why there's a pig there is because it really did start with piggery waste, and where most of the emissions are now. Herd methodology is catching up, and savanna fire management has been quite popular. But if you think that over 60% of Australian emissions come from the bottom row, there hasn't been a lot of engagement in the incentive-based mechanisms by the big emitters in Australia. And the reason why I present this is because it justifies why the safeguard mechanism was needed. Now, I do spend some time on the safeguard mechanism because it's important to understand why there is increasing demand for carbon credits from the land sector. And it would come because of this safeguard mechanism. So it includes emitters over 100,000 tonne. And what it's designed to do is saying, we can have all these incentives over here, but if we don't cap the big end of town from doubling their emissions, we could be in a perverse situation of issuing carbon credits, but increasing total emissions across the economy. So you've got to put a lid on the big emitters in the economy, which is your 100,000 tonne limit. And if you look at the blue bars on the right there, let's assume that that's a power station in the Latrobe Valley, and they submit an annual report to the National Greenhouse Emissions Reporting Scheme. So all these big companies already report. So government has those numbers. They know who they are. And so the baseline is set as the worst case scenario in that 5-year period. Worst case scenario. So a lenient baseline is the starting point. But what was missing under the previous coalition was it was a flat baseline, and everyone negotiated that baseline up, which isn't how you reduce emissions. What has now come in from the current government is a decline rate according to the red line, which says 4.9% reduced per year through to 2030. That's quite a stringent declining rate, which means that companies are going to find themselves above that red line. And the degree by which you're above the red line is the number of carbon credits you need to generate or submit or remit to government as a result of your commitment under the scheme. So you either reduce yourself under the red line by changing technology, or as we're starting to see from a lot of the big emitters just going to the market and buying your way out of trouble. Now, effectively, that makes it a pretty classic baseline and credit carbon trading scheme. The two schemes available are cap and trade, which is what the Gillard-Rudd government brought in. Very expensive because you have to hold credits for the full blue bar, whereas in a baseline and credit, you only have to hold credits for the degree by which you're above the red dotted line. So a lot cheaper on the economy as a whole. Now, the reason why I say that is because now, if you're one of those large emitters over 100,000 tons and you can go to the market and buy, if you think about the amount of demand created per year by a 4.9% decrease in the baseline, the demand on carbon credits from the land sector are going to skyrocket. They have to because of the coverage of emissions. Between you and me, I just don't think they're there. Not if the land sector takes insetting as their future, then they're going to be working within their value chain, not on behalf of the big emitters. That's why financial advice is needed. What I've done here is just gone to the Clean Energy Regulator and downloaded the carbon abatement contract register and split it up for you into categories to give you a snapshot of what's actually been happening in terms of how many carbon credits have been issued. In the third column, let's take, for example, the management methodology. There used to be one just for piggery, then there was an engineered one, then there was one for dairy. It's now all being consolidated into the animal effluent method, and there are 30 projects in there. One dairy and the rest are piggeries. So that's what those words are. And the value on the right is the total number of carbon credits issued to those projects as a result of abatement achieved. So that would be 1.2 million carbon credits issued for animal effluent management in agriculture. Feeding nitrate has never been taken up because it's more expensive than the reduction in methane you'll get. The beef herd methodology, a lot of the large corporates have found this quite attractive. It really rewards them for finishing animals earlier for market. So that's been popular. Feeding oils to dairy cattle, everybody else wants to pay more money for the oil than a dairy farmer can afford. So that's the limit on that method. It's just a financial issue. There's over 708 soil carbon projects with nearly 300,000 carbon credits issued. There's a lot of activity still to happen in that area to realize the 700 projects, because if you think about 700 projects, 300,000 carbon credits is less than 1% of the total number of carbon credits have been issued to soil carbon projects. So we're either really at the start of the flood, or it's getting harder and harder out there with climate variability to achieve the target. Savanna fire management being very popular, and I've aggregated up all the vegetation projects to give you a single figure for all the ones in the left-hand column. That gives you some idea of where action has taken place in the scheme to date. The other thing that I think is worth noting is how there needs to be integrity in the scheme, and any of the compliance market schemes. So compliance, I mean the Australian scheme, the Alberta scheme, they are government-run schemes, so they have to have this high level of offset integrity standards, where you can't issue carbon credits unless it is additional to what is expected in business as usual. It has to be permanent. If it's soil carbon, it has to be permanent, so that the atmosphere does care in 25 years' time. Interesting, the time limit is only relevant to the Australian scheme. When you go outside of Australia, permanent is permanent. There's no time limit on it. The 25 years really came in because it's very difficult to get farmers to commit to indefinite permanence. Leakage, it's important to understand leakage because it can happen at multiple scales. Leakage says you destock this property and you double the stocking rate on the one next door, and the atmosphere sees the same methane, but you claim carbon credits on the destocked property. That's leakage, classic leakage, because the atmosphere sees the same total emission. It can happen globally where we say, well, we're going to export less animals to Indonesia, and Brazil says, oh, great, we'll take up that market. Well, the atmosphere doesn't see a difference in methane, so there's no point in doing that. You can't have compensatory effects on global markets either. You could have leakage at a farm level where you've got 300 kilos of nitrogen applied to cotton, and you say, well, we're going to split the farm in half and do less on half the farm and claim a carbon reduction there, but we're going to double the nitrogen on the rest of the farm. Well, the atmosphere sees the same amount of nitrous oxide. So that's leakage. Has to be based on peer-reviewed science. And even though this frustrates some people that the science is not moving fast enough, we can't do it on anecdotal evidence. Has to be consistent with the national greenhouse gas inventory method. Must be conservative. So if the science says 60% is possible from feeding bovine, probably an offset method would say 50% to be conservative and internationally consistent. So we'll move on to a section on greenhouse gas emissions if there are no specific questions about that. Have I missed anyone's questions? I'm pretty sure I've kept pace with the questions. But we'll keep moving, and at the end of this section, we'll take a quick break if that's all right with everyone. Okay, we'll keep going. So in the next few slides, what I'm going to do is go global, Australia, agriculture in Australia, and then sectoral in Australia, and down to farm level. So just watch the sequence that comes out. There's a number of assessments at a global level of how much greenhouse gas emissions come from agriculture. IPCC on the right, but a more recent World Resources Institute, the US EPA says about 14%. So somewhere between 12 and 14% is what agriculture contributes. Now, that's not the energy or the diesel or the electricity in agriculture. That's just agricultural emissions, what we call Scope 1 emissions. If you boil it down to Australia and you look at how the greenhouse gas inventory is reported in Australia, most of the emissions are from the energy sector. So you could say that red bar is the Latrobe Valley, the Hunter River Valley, our coal-fired power sector. The second bar would be all the diesel used on road transport in Australia and petrol. The green bar of 17% is Scope 1 of agriculture. Now, that's not what happens at a farm level, because a farm mixes a number of these into a farm emission of Scope 1 and Scope 2. So I'll show you that in a moment. But just a bit of a highlight here that 2 years ago, agriculture was 14%. But agriculture has not increased its emissions in that time. In fact, it's probably gone down because of reduce in sheep numbers. But it's suddenly now 17%. Well, why? Because there's a process of adoption of renewable energy going on that's reducing the energy and transport sector's emissions. This is something we always warned. In fact, 20 years ago, we were saying agriculture, if they don't match the pace of adoption of low emissions technology, they will steadily become a bigger portion of national emissions. Because ultimately, the goal is to get those first two bars down to zero. Now, you can see that in the New Zealand inventory where they don't have a coal-fired power sector. It's all hydro and geothermal, which is why agriculture is 49% of their emissions. Kenya gets all its hydro and electricity from hydro in the Great Rift Valley and geothermal from the Australian Rift Valley. Kenya doesn't have a coal-fired power sector. So 60% of the emissions are from agriculture. It's proportional. So we have to watch that. If you break it down further to where agricultural emissions come from, it's mainly enteric methane, 11% of national emissions or 67% of agricultural emissions. Nitrous oxide, a whole lot less. That's the mustard color there, the agricultural soils from fertilizer use, and a small amount of carbon dioxide from lime. You've got to remember, lime is calcium carbonate that came out of fossil sources. So when you apply lime to agricultural land, it breaks up the calcium and magnesium and releases CO2. That CO2 has not been in the atmosphere for millions of years. Diesel isn't included, Bonnie, in this particular chart because this is how the national greenhouse gas inventory splits up the pie. So this would be only Scope 1 emissions from agriculture. I'll show you farm emissions later on where we then bring back in the Scope 2 and Scope 3. So just remember that. That's quite an important point. Now, if we break it down further, where does methane come from? Livestock methane. Think of it just as a function of animal numbers. So if you're representing animals on a DSC basis or a livestock unit basis, we've got the most number of livestock units of beef cattle, then secondary number of sheep, and then dairy cattle again after that. Even though the emissions per dairy cow is much higher than the emissions per beef cow, simply because they eat twice as much. I'll deal with that in a moment. And manure management is just a function of the number of animals in a particular system. So beef feedlots, beef cattle would be our highest number, even though if you're a piggery operation, most of your emissions don't come from the pigs, they come from manure management. If we look at nitrous oxide emissions, Bron, it's fair to say, and in the livestock section, I'll show you that the national inventory basically says it's 20.7 times methane. In other words, it's a function of animal numbers and how much they eat. So if you're thinking about the national beef herd, the biggest uncertainty we've got in national methane inventory is how many animals do we have, because that's the biggest influence. How much they eat is quite secondary to that, because you think of a dairy cow eating 20 kilos of dry matter a day, produces double the amount of meat, or 3 times the methane of a Brahman in Northern Australia that's eating stones. So we'll get to that in a moment. I'll show you some actual graphs on that. Now, if you look at where nitrous oxide comes from, mainly from fertilizer use, and that's scope 1 fertilizer use, not even the scope 3 of making the fertilizer. Grazing animals, don't forget that grazing animals, most of what comes out in urinary nitrogen, 75% of cattle urine is urea, liquid urea. So it's also accounted. Crop residues, that's a very unfortunate inclusion, because if you incorporate stubble in a wheat system, that's got 1.5 to 2% nitrogen in the stubble, and that eventually is accounted as a contribution of nitrogen back into the soil of our wheat systems, and deemed that 1% or 0.5% of that is emitted. There's a lot of research going on to say that number's too high and should go down, and I suspect it will. Then on the right-hand side is whenever an animal urinates, there's a certain amount of ammonia that gets lost, and that drifts around the district and comes down on your neighbour. If you want to buy the most valuable land in Victoria, you buy the land 2 kilometres downwind of the Charlton feedlot, because all the ammonia emissions from the Charlton feedlot go up into the atmosphere and then rain down within 2 kilometres downwind of the Charlton feedlot. You get about 200 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare per year deposited out of the ammonia produced by the feedlot. So you want free nitrogen, buy the land downwind of a feedlot. You can do free cropping there. And leaching assumes that some of the nitrous oxide, or some of the nitrate went into the groundwater, came out in a groundwater reserve, and then became nitrous oxide somewhere offsite. Breaking it down even further, if you take our greenhouse gas accounting framework tools that then say, well, let's take all that information and say, how do we put it relevant to an individual farm in terms of scope 1, scope 2, scope 3? This is what it looks like. So you've got a rangeland beef system somewhere in Northern Australia. That's probably, not really, that's probably Longreach, for example, that particular example. So a range of 11 to 14 tons of emissions per ton of live weight. Not a lot of nitrogen in that system. In fact, probably protein deficient, if anything. And so proportionately, most of the emissions is methane. A dairy, in contrast, puts on lots of nitrogen, brings in feed through the gate that has nitrogen in it. So there's a fair bit of nitrogen cycling in a dairy system. I'll give you an example. We did some work at Kidman Springs and worked out there was 5 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare cycling per year in a Kidman Springs grazing system. In a dairy system in Gippsland, there was 400 kilograms of nitrogen cycling per year in that dairy system. That's a huge difference in why dairy shows this different profile. But look on the right-hand side, a grain system, well, there's no animals in there producing methane, so much lower emissions and emissions intensity. If you look at poultry and pigs compared to sort of cropping operations, poultry and pigs, the animals don't produce methane. Well, pigs do a little bit, but not enough to really be concerned about. So it's mainly manure management. The difference being poultry, it's about 50-50 methane from the manure management, whereas pigs, it's mainly methane. Now, so that their options are very different. It's not about animal management like it is in the livestock industries. It's in the ruminant industries, it's more around manure management where the technology is pretty well developed. Cotton, heavy reliance on nitrogen fertilizer, so their emissions are already around pre-farm and on-farm nitrogen. The rice industry, different again, in that when we put the rice calculator together, we worked out that 60% of the emissions are because of flooding of organic matter in anaerobic ponds. So suddenly we looked at it and said, well, what's the best practice? Best practice now is that you don't have to flood the rice field until anthesis development. Until that rice plant starts sending up the seed, that's the only time you need to flood. And if you do that, that 62% drops by 50%. So the average rice producer, without a sacrifice in yield, just by less flooding, can reduce their emissions. Douglas asked, would that rangeland grazing model, the previous page, include the use of urea? Yeah, interesting enough, we've done a fair bit of work on urea supplementation. We had some producers in the north worried about how much urea they're supplementing. And when we built it into the model, it was 2/3 of nothing. Because it's not like 50 kilos of N per hectare applied 4 times a year on a dairy. If you think of the total tonnage of urea arriving divided by the number of hectares in a Northern Territory farm, it's negligible. You could actually argue the reverse. In the case we were doing, the live weight gain as a result of urea supplementation was so much better that the methane per unit live weight gain was less on average as a result of finishing the animals earlier from urea supplementation. So actually, it's probably a positive, not a negative. So that was interesting for us to find out. So then when you boil it down, you come up with these emissions intensity comparisons. Now, I caution people in going between industry here because, well, it's spurious to compare a ton of wool with a ton of meat. They're not the same thing. So let's not get caught by the comparisons between industries. The difference between beef and prime lamb is simply twinning and non-twinning. You can get a 6 because mathematically it's 1.5 lambs per ewe. And typically a wool operation might produce meat at a 10 because typical merino operations are around 100% weaning, not 150. And beef can vary right across the country. What I'd suggest is more valid is to go left to right in any industry. So you have a beef operation and you're an 18, well, that probably means you've got about 40% weaning going on. And you could probably pick that up to 60%. Maybe some beef producers in the north are getting a lot higher. Some of the case studies we've done under challenging conditions are getting up to your 80% weaning, which drops you down to about a 10 or a 12. So that's probably more the valid comparison is left to right. Dairy, the comparison left to right really depends on nitrogen use efficiency and grain supplementation. So your most efficient dairies with the use of supplement and the use of nitrogen get to the left-hand side of the diagram. Now, just to go onto methane, there's been a lot of misinformation around methane, and it's unfortunate because a lot of people have been saying, well, we shouldn't care about methane because it's biological, biogenic, and it's a short-lived gas, so it's gone in 12 years. That's the half-life, not the lifetime. That's the date by which half of what is emitted to the atmosphere has gone. That graph on the right shows you when an emission of methane occurs, say it's 100 kilos of methane, there's 50 kilos of methane still left after 12 years. And that might take up to 60 years to go. But that's not the story. The story is, where does the extra heat go? If we are saying that methane warms us by 28 times more of than carbon dioxide, that means there's extra heat somewhere in the atmosphere. It turns out it's absorbed into the deep ocean, which means that the warming of that extra heat will continue to warm the Earth for 400 years to come. In fact, we'll continue to warm the Earth until the Earth gets cooler than the ocean, and it can come back out. So the idea that it's a short-lived gas, we don't have to worry about it, is completely undermined by the fact that it's there for 60 years directly, and its indirect can continue for 400 years. So what I've given you there in the graph is the global warming potential for 20 years and for 100 years, GWP 100, as put forward in the 5th IPCC assessment report and the 6th IPCC assessment report. So the reason why 28 is highlighted is that's currently used by the Australian greenhouse gas inventory, but next year it should become 27 as recommended. Now, the other point people take up is if it's biological, it should be okay. There should be a difference. The IPCC do recommend a difference. It's not used in the Australian inventory, but that's because it makes 2/3 of no difference. And people are confused, well, why? Well, if you think about it, if you're the atmosphere and a molecule of methane, CH4, you come across it, well, you don't care where it came from, it's methane. It's CH4. So for the 12.5 years you see it, or for the 60 years you see it, it warms the same. No difference. So where does the difference come? The difference comes on where that methane came from. Is it new to the atmosphere or is it old? And if it comes out of recent photosynthesis into a plant and the animal ate it, and then a year later it comes out as methane, 60 years later when it goes back to the atmosphere, it's sending a molecule of CO2 back to the atmosphere that the atmosphere says, well, we saw that 60 years ago. It's not new. It's 60 years old. Whereas if it came out of a coal seam, 60 years later, when it goes back to the atmosphere says, oh, that wasn't there for millions of years because that was photosynthesized in coal seams millions of years ago. That is fundamentally new to the atmosphere. But if you think about it, that it only is the CO2 and the breakdown products of the methane that matter, it's only going to make 2 global warming units difference. And so that's why a biogenic methane is 27 times and fossil methane is 29.8, because it's actually only the breakdown product that matters. Methane is methane. So hopefully that's clear. Now, in order not to get into a long dialogue around GWP star and GWP 100, we were asked to present a webinar on this. So Farmers for Climate Action asked Mark Howden and myself to come and give a talk. Mark is deputy chair of the IPCC. So I would suggest to you that you listen carefully to Mark, because IPCC policy is what he speaks against in this webinar. So he talks about the science side of it. I talk more about the equity side of it, because there's serious equity implications of adopting this, where basically we're saying we're going to penalize developing countries for improving their basic lot in life. But the West that is developed and has stable herd numbers, we're going to not penalize them at all. So on the basis of that, the UNFCCC doesn't make any policy that affects basic food security. So I'd leave that in. Yeah, look, we can post that in the chat at the lunch break. But if you do the QR code, hopefully it takes you straight to the YouTube video. So if you want to know everything about it from A to Z, it's in that video. Just to finish off on this section before we take a lunch break, I think. The nitrous oxide is a bit more clear, as in that graph on the right, it's just a straight trend going up, and that graph has increased directly in proportion to the increase in agricultural productivity. Now, so you could probably say there's a direct relationship between human demand for protein. Protein is nitrogen. Nitrogen has to go into agriculture to deliver the protein. So the growth in the human population would be directly correlated with that growth in nitrous oxide. Somehow we've got to decouple that and produce protein without the excess nitrogen going to a greenhouse gas. It is a very strong greenhouse gas, close to 300 times the global warming potential of CO2. Has 2 modes of action. One, inert in the troposphere, but it absorbs infrared radiation for over 100 years in the troposphere. after which it moves to the stratosphere where it catalyzes the destruction of ozone. So about 180 of that 300 is the destruction of ozone. So got to do something about that. Just a short section on carbon farming and carbon accounting. And this is more around definitions, so you know what we're talking about. What is a carbon account? A carbon account is net emissions, not gross, net emissions, because it's greenhouse gas emissions minus annual change in soil and tree carbon. So we give a deduction for that. But it's net emissions per business unit. Now, usually the easiest way to think about it is that it's per ABN, because some businesses have multiple properties within one business unit. So it's not necessarily per farm. It might be per business unit across 2 or 3 farms. It's all greenhouse gas emissions within the farm enterprise. With deducted from that would be the annual change in soil and tree carbon. What's a carbon footprint? Well, a carbon footprint is your classic emissions intensity value, which is what the supply chain targets are set on. That's just changed the denominator. So it's the same calculation to get the net emissions, but now you're dividing by the primary product, the mass of primary product produced, ton of wool, ton of carcass weight, those kind of metrics. There are some nuances in there where you can get allocation between industries. So, for example, you will notice if you go to the dairy carbon calculator and the red meat calculator, there's a discount applied to steers if the steers from a dairy operation are sold to a beef operation. Because if you're a beef operation and you're selling steers, then the pre-farm emissions of the steers of that beef operation, the beef breeder operation, all their emissions are dedicated to producing the steer that goes to you. If you buy that same steer from a dairy operation, well, you'd argue that 85% of the emissions from the dairy are allocated to the milk because that's the primary product. So only 15% go to the steer. So groups like Greenhams are quite excited about this because it gives them an option to buy dairy steers that come at a discount, pre-farm discount. And the amount is quite substantial. If you're buying, say, an Angus steer out of New South Wales, it comes at 11.5 tonnes of emission per tonne of live weight as a pre-farm emission. If you're buying a dairy steer, it's coming at 4.5, not 11.5. If you're buying a Brahman out of Northern Australia, it comes out, I think it's 12.7, if I'm right. So slightly higher according to the pre-farm emission calculation. Whereas if you bought a dairy heifer, well, you wouldn't take it to the Northern Territory, hopefully. But it comes at 4.5. So there is a bit of allocation in there. In terms of wool, we make an allocation between wool and meat. So if you're a wool producer and you sell meat as well, obviously you would. We allocate on the basis of protein mass. In other words, how much protein was required to produce a ton of wool? How much protein was required to produce a ton of meat? And what does that turn out in a percentage mass basis? And we allocate on that basis between the two. Not perfect, but you have to, you can't allocate it all to wool because the meat takes some of the emissions of the profile. It does become a bit of a problem when you are a composite sheep producer and you're dumping the wool, because then we can't allocate anything to wool that gets dumped. So if you're not selling the wool and you're just dumping it, taking it off the animal and dumping it, we allocate 100% to the wool carcass because there's nowhere else to apportion it. In terms of how the calculation works, this is a very useful graphic that Alison Kelly from Agriculture Victoria came up with. And starting second from the left, the Scope 1 emissions, enteric methane and manure emissions get counted on an annual time step. Nitrous oxide from fertilizer, urine, dung, crop residues get accounted, and CO2 from energy and urea and lime. Now, some of that CO2 from energy can be a Scope 2 if it's not generated on farm, but if it's generated on farm, it's a Scope 1. And then the annual change in trees and soil get deducted off that to give you your net farm emission. Now, if you're doing a carbon footprint, we have to then bring in the Scope 3s on the left-hand side as the pre-farm emissions emissions that you inherit as a result of farm purchases. And as we talked about previously, that is there for a purpose, in that it forces a discussion on who's going to take account of that and who's going to sell a carbon neutral product verified. Now, in terms of how the accounting works, you've got to think about these Scope 1 emissions and the annual change in tree and soil carbon. Those are all calculations that exist in the Australian greenhouse gas inventory. So we use that as the protocol for how we do the account. But if you think about urea manufactured in China, it doesn't exist in the Australian inventory. It exists in the Chinese inventory, but we have to take account of it. So we use a global database called EcoInvent to come up with those standardized global factors for that part of the calculation, so that we're all singing off the same hymn book globally. This is what will come out in the Australian voluntary standard when it comes out. But to break it down, if you want the complexity, a carbon account on a property has to be aligned with the Australian greenhouse gas inventory method. So this is the IPCC method approved for Australian agriculture. All greenhouse gas sources and the annual change in soil and tree carbon. But it can't be in the siloed approach that you saw, where you've got a big energy bar and a transport bar and an agriculture bar. We've got to mix those up to say what's relevant to the farm boundary. So in our calculators, we put it in an ISO standard framework. So you take the LCA ISO 1440 pre-farm to farm gate framework, and you say, we're going to apportion a bit of the energy used on farm to the farm. We're going to apportion a bit of the diesel used on farm to the farm, not to the generic categories. And we do that on an annual basis, and then report those as Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3, just so that the supply chain are clear about which emissions we're talking about, because some supply chains are reporting Scope 1 and Scope 2, but not Scope 3 at this stage. Hopefully that's as clear as mud. Now, there's a bunch of tools out there, and this is what got us to go to the minister and say, we need an agreed Australian standard, because farmers are coming back to us validly saying, well, there's a bunch of tools out there, and with the same assumptions, and we might get different numbers. Strictly speaking, probably not correct, because these tools ask questions in different ways, and therefore you get a different answer just because you're not putting the same number of animals into the two tools. Now, in future, once this standard is out, all you do is you go to the tool manufacturer or creator and you say, is your tool 100% compliant with the Australian carbon standard? Yes or no? If it's no, can't use it. If it is, go with it. So here's a bunch of tools that are available, but these are the ones that are all aligned with the greenhouse accounting framework that we developed through Melbourne Uni. Environmental accounting platform has just taken all the GAF tools and compressed them into one software platform that your farm software can API out to and talk to get an answer. Ruminati's done something similar. They've used our GAF tools and have produced a number of calculators, pretty much the same as the MLA carbon calculator. Dairy has a number of tools. The dairy base database has the calculation buried in it. The Australian Dairy Carbon Calculator, the Dairy Greenhouse Abatement Strategies Calculator. They should all give you the same number because they are directly based on the Dairy Greenhouse Accounting Framework we created. Now, for example, if you're in the dairy industry, there is this perception you get different answers, but you've got to remember the dairy calculators on the screen here, they ask you an annual number of animals, whereas the GAF tool sticks with the inventory method that asks you how many per season. We ask you what's the quality of feed per season, whereas DGAS says what's your diet, and we'll calculate how much you've fed per season. So you're answering questions in a different way. Not an excuse, but they will eventually give you the same number. The other tools that are out there, FarmPrint is a CSRO tool that talks to the grains industry. We have sat down with them and worked out a common methodology, so you should get the same answer. The Cool Farm tool, Cassandra Schaaf has assured me they now have the Australian methodology in the tool, so you should get the same answer. And Australian eggs, their calculator is based on the Greenhouse Accounting Framework egg calculator as well. So we're trying to iron out these bugs, but the Australian standard will solve the problem ultimately. Now, really important to understand that the previous slides were your greenhouse gas emissions, which you can, as long as you know how much fertilizer you apply, how much glyphosate you put on, how many animals you've got, you can get the number on an annual time step or an 18-month time step in a livestock system or a sugarcane system, and you annualize that. Carbon stocks and fluxes are actually very different, and it's a lot more complicated. Quite simply put, you need to know where you were 20 years ago to know where you are today, to know where you're going tomorrow. A simple way to explain that is, if you planted black wattle 20 years ago, well, 20 years later, it's mature and it's dying. So it's not giving you new carbon. But if you didn't know that, you'd be saying, well, I planted black wattle, so I should be getting carbon sequestration. Well, not 20 years later. If it was a spotted gum, 20 years later, it's still actively growing, so you're still getting active sequestration. So the longevity of the trees you planted are quite material. And material to where you can go from there. If it's black wattle, 20 years old, it's got no future potential. If it's a spotted gum, it's got potential through to 80 years. Same with soil carbon. If you had a permanent grassland in there for the last 20 years, you've probably maxed out on soil carbon. You've got as much as you're ever going to get, unless you fundamentally change your grazing management or your stocking rate or something about why the grass would be more productive. If you were plowing that conventionally for 20 years and now you put it into grassland, you've got massive potential to increase soil carbon. So hopefully I've made the point that it's either direct measurement or it's a modeling approach. And with soil carbon, you can either use the Australian Carbon Credit Scheme method, because there is a modeling and measurement method that has a protocol for how to sample. It is very expensive. Tree measurement is also very expensive. I'll deal with that in the tree section later this afternoon. But you can go to the full CAM model is the definitive tier 3 accounting method for Australia, and it will do soil and tree carbon for you. It is conservative. The soil model that it's based on is a very simple spreadsheet model called ROTH-C, which is a European soil carbon, well-recognized soil carbon model. And the vegetation is based on the 3PG model, which is also publicly available if anyone wants to get into it. You can do it simply. And to simplify it, we've given a link on our website to the Socrates model, which was produced by Peter Grace out of QUT. It's kind of a 5-question version of a soil carbon model. So if you know your soil carbon, or if you don't, you can describe your activity in there and it'll give you a general indication of what soil carbon is doing on your farm. It's not the government's method, but it will give you a good hint at what is going on. Likewise, for vegetation, you could spend 3 months learning how to run FullCam, or you could go to the GAF tools, the Greenhouse Accounting Framework tools, and we have lookup tables in there. Now, those lookup tables in the GAF tool are based on running the FullCam model in every bioclimate for various species, for various activities across the whole of Australia. So there's over 400, 100-year sigmoidal growth curves sitting in the GAF tool that'll give you some idea of carbon. Now, the problem is, when you go to Cammerwheel and say, where's the trees for Cammerwheel, it won't have trees for Cammerwheel. You've got to apply a bit of perverse logic to say, well, let's go south of here because we know that the Channel country is pretty much similar and therefore we can borrow some data from there. Not perfect, and we're looking at better ways to do that. Chanel, what are the implications for biodiversity? I just need more clarity on the question, but I'll start answering it. When we get to the tree section, hopefully I will address your question, because I think it differs in how we plant trees. Because if you're focused on biodiversity, you would plant trees very differently on your property compared to whether you would just want a carbon credit. If you want a carbon credit, it's a square block on the west land at the back of the farm that you put to trees. Well, it actually probably grows the poor trees as well. But if you're thinking of biodiversity, you plant them through the landscape. If you're thinking of lamb survival, you plant it through the landscape. If you're thinking of salinity, well, it changes how you plant the trees. So when it comes to that section, I'll get into it and make sure you understand. You've got to put the objective first and say, if I'm going to plant trees, I want multiple co-benefits out of these trees as well, not just carbon. Then you fundamentally differ where you plant them and why you plant them. Now, So hopefully that answers your question, because one of the learnings we had out of the Jigsaw Farms example that I'll show you some case studies on later, is if we had to repeat that experiment now, the biodiverse plantings that went in wouldn't all be just wattle seed, because 25 years later, they're all in secondary succession. The initial wattles have all died, and the amount of carbon being sequestered in those blocks is directly proportional to the volunteer eucalyptus species that came through. What we would do in retrospect is say, if we're interested in biodiversity and longevity of carbon, you would put the eucalyptus species in at the same time as the wattles at the beginning, and then 20 years later, the whole place will go into secondary succession and will guarantee your ongoing carbon sequestration as well as the biodiversity. So hopefully that becomes clear after a time, but it changes the way you think. And I think this is really important in communicating with farmers about what's the objective you have in putting trees in the landscape or restoring trees in the landscape. Let's get that up front. What's going to pay back the best, and then think about carbon after that. Now, I'll play you an animation, and then after lunch, we'll take a break for lunch. Sorry about those in Western Australia who lunch is a long target away still. But for those in the Eastern Seaboard, you're facing 1 p.m. lunch already. I'll play you this animation, and after this animation, we'll take a lunch break and for about half an hour. The carbon cycle in agriculture, I put together this animation because a lot of farmers come back and say, why don't I get given a credit for the carbon in my grass? Or why don't I get given a credit for the wool that I send down the supply chain? Or why don't I get given a credit for the carbon in the wheat that I send down the supply chain? What's missed in that conversation is how transient that carbon is. It's not a permanent store of carbon. So this animation should take us through to smoke, Obron. Hopefully the sound works. Give me a thumbs up if the sound is working on yours. This is an explanation of the carbon cycle in agriculture. It's based on a grazing system, but the same principles apply to a cropping system. It all starts with sunlight energy and the process of photosynthesis in plants, which allows plants to capture carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and lock it away into a plant. You will notice that we've highlighted the letter C in its various forms of carbon, showing that carbon in CO2 is a gas, but carbon in the plant is CHO, which is a sugar, not a gas. The key point is that carbon takes many forms as it cycles through our agricultural systems. In a cropping system, we would then harvest that plant. In a grazing system, an animal will graze the pasture and convert the carbohydrate into animal products. The majority of the carbon consumed by the animal is belched out or breathed out as CO2 back to the atmosphere. The majority of the animal products or crop products eaten by humans is also respired back to the atmosphere within 12 months as CO2. If that was all that happened, the carbon cycle would be completely balanced, with all inputs returning to the atmosphere in the same form within a short period of time. However, a small amount of carbon entering the rumen of the animal is converted into methane, CH4, which is carbon in another gaseous form. Methane is fundamentally different to CO2 and has a far higher warming potential in the atmosphere for the duration that it's there. The animal defecates, and so there's fecal carbon in an organic form going back to the soil. Plants will leave litter on the soil surface as a form of organic carbon. As the plant grows, it produces roots, and these roots leave carbon behind either as root fragments or as root exudates of sugars. This organic form of carbon in the soil can either be in a larger fraction, which we call the particulate organic carbon, and turns over fairly fast through microbial action, perhaps in hours through to a few years. The smaller, more resistant fractions of organic carbon in the soil are called humus. These are the more resistant fractions that last for decades through to hundreds of years. In the soil, there are billions of microbes that then work actively on this organic carbon as their food source, actively breaking down the carbon to release the stored nutrients back to the soil to allow the crop or pasture to grow.
In the process, these microbes then release the carbon stored in the organic material as carbon dioxide back to the atmosphere, and the carbon cycle completes itself. In a cropping system, this process of mineralization may release 30 to 50 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare per year out of the soil organic matter. In a dairy pasture system, it can be as much as 250 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare per year from the organic matter. The point of carbon farming is to capture and make that cycle as efficient as possible, that we can transfer as much of the carbon from the atmosphere into product that we're interested in producing, which could be meat, wool, milk, grain, and crops. Carbon farming is therefore focused on maximizing the carbon from photosynthesis through to a product that goes to market as efficiently as possible. In the process, good carbon farming would aim to leave as much carbon in the soil as possible, capture some of the carbon in trees growing in the landscape, and minimize the amount of carbon lost as methane and as a nitrogen gas.
So the group on Monday asked if I would share the link to that, and I'm happy to do that. I'll put it in the chat. So if you feel that that would be a useful animation to use in your communication, I can provide you with access to it. This diagram here just summarizes or gives you some numbers to put on it. In other words, it says if you've got a 2-ton pasture, well, 1 ton is carbon that's gone into the soil. If you've got a 14-ton pasture, 7 tons has gone in as carbon into the soil, into the system. But it also allows you to apply a bit of critical thinking when, particularly, there's a lot of discussion around soil carbon, where if you take the numbers literally that are being claimed, they just can't add up mathematically. So I'll give you this so that you can apply critical thinking to any evidence that you see, to say, how did that number come about? Can it come about if we divide off what went in to what the animal ate, to what the litter lost, to what the soil took up, to what went down the supply chain? Is there enough left to justify that change? So smoko time, before we get into EM methane. Go and eat some red meat so that we can reduce the methane from red meat. Not really. But we'll start again at 12:30 Eastern Standard Time, Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Sorry, 1:30, is it? Yeah, 1:30. So 13:30 on the Eastern Time, we'll start again. Is that all right with everyone? Good to go? Great, thank you.
Everybody, hope you're all
because it's the quickest return on slide, and I'll get to that later in the day. Associated with now, inevitably, the down at the bottom I say definition. Everyone had a good lunch, I presume. All right, let's get restarted on the next section. This is a longer section dealing with methane from animal production. We do have some other expertise online. Pragna completed a PhD through the University of Melbourne on methane, so hopefully there's a section here where we can talk about the work that you did. But it's methane from animal production. Now, what we know about methane from animals is for ruminants, because they've got those 4 stomachs on the first rumen stomach, most of the methane is generated in the rumen and comes out the front, largely as breathed out. It's not even that true to say it's belched out, because while they do chew the cud, in chewing the cud, they bring air up into the mouth, and they end up breathing most of it in and then expiring that later on. So whatever's belched up actually ends up coming out in the breath more than anything. But non-ruminants, pigs, poultry, horses, obviously don't have that stomach. They've got a simple stomach. But if you think of horses getting colic, that's effectively their appendix. Our appendix is pretty small, whereas in a horse, it's a cecum. It's a very large extended fiber digestion mechanism. So there's a small amount of methane produced at the rear end, but not really enough to be concerned about. When you go to manure management, it kind of turns around, as in if you're on a dairy farm, it's probably 7% of the dairy farm emissions would be methane from the effluent pond, because most of the emissions are from the animal itself. In sort of a Northern Territory extensive rangeland, you'd argue the majority of it is methane from the animal itself, because there's not a lot from manure at all. Whereas in piggeries, obviously, there's not much coming from the animal. The reverse is true. But we think of methane as being one of the largest inefficiencies still left in animal production. And if you think of the energy content of methane, 6 to 10% of gross energy intake of a ruminant is lost as methane. It's a strange idea that a ruminant that is so in need of energy would find it most energetically efficient to dispose of it as methane, but I'll get to that in a moment. Just so that you've got some estimates of how much could be lost from different classes of animal, I've given you some estimates here of kilograms per head per year, grams per head per day. What you can see in that list is it's really a function of animal size and therefore dry matter intake. If you boil it back, the amount of methane produced by any one of those animals is really a function of dry matter intake. It's somewhere between 18 and 22 kilograms of methane per kilogram dry matter intake, grams of methane per kilogram dry matter intake. But for the petrol heads in the audience that can't relate to that, I thought I'd put the last column in to say, you could say something like a dairy cow produces enough methane to power a 6-cylinder LPG Holden conversion to drive from Sydney to Melbourne. So it's a fair bit of energy that's being wasted. And how many grazing days you could recover as a result. Now, it's fair to say that probably the only sector of the Australian greenhouse gas inventory that has declined over the past has been the livestock sector. And that's not, we didn't design it that way. I'm sure we didn't plan that. In fact, if you look at the red meat strategy, what we would like to do is add more animals to the national herd rather than take them away. But if you look at various industries, you've got the beef sector that has increased slightly, although there's a bit of a jump in the numbers now with an extra 5 million deemed to be existing as a result of a back calculation rather than the ABS surveys. But that's a separate issue. That's just an inventory of how many animals we think are out there. It turns out surveys are not a very accurate way of determining it. It's better to back calculate from the market supply and assume what the national herd would look like. But that would give us somewhere between 27 and 30, some estimates are high as 35 million head of cattle in Australia. We don't know. But if you look at where most of the contributions come from the wool sector, basically reducing the wether herd in Australia as a result of international wool prices has really driven the reduction in sheep numbers. Dairy increased up until the millennium drought about the year 2000. After that, has fairly much been languishing and probably been declining in the dairy herd. Feedlot is in fairly large increase, but if we had to scale that properly, you'd see it more correctly. The numbers in feedlot are probably increasing the fastest out of all the categories there, but because they're so small in relative to the rest of the national herd, it's still pretty small. Now, hopefully those of you in ruminant work would know what this is. This is the four stomachs of a ruminant. Anyone who ever goes to the Dairy Research Institute in Ellerman can see a fiberglass mold of one of these things. It's quite dramatic and big in size. But we're talking about the rumen, that bit on the left, the ventral sac, the dorsal sac, because that's where microbial digestion takes place. And that's because it's microbial digestion, that's why a ruminant can live on grass and you and I can't, because they have a way of using microbes to digest the forage and take energy and protein out of forage that you and I would look at and say, well, we'd die if we ate that stuff. Then you get the reticulum on the right, which catches all the stones and heavy metal and stuff like that that the animal shouldn't be eating. But in Northern Australia, there's usually a fair few stones sitting at the bottom of the reticulum. The omasum, which reabsorbs water mainly, and then the abomasum down the bottom, which is the equivalent of our simple stomach, an acid stomach. But the rest of it's not acid in the rumen. It's only acid when it gets down to the abomasum, because that's where your acid digestion takes place. So you could probably say fairly accurately that an average ruminant lives on microbes, because what they do is they get the microbes free up the sugars from fiber in the rumen, and then the microbes themselves die and go down into the acid stomach where the animal digests the microbes to get its protein. Energy comes directly from the breakdown of the sugars. Now, here's the challenge. This ruminant stomach is known in the fossil record 50 million years ago. So it first emerged about 50 million years ago, and we decided 30 years ago this was a problem, and we're throwing 3-year funding rounds at it and hoping for the best. It's kind of ridiculous if you think about, hoping to completely eliminate livestock methane, which has been in stable evolution for so long. So that's why adaptation is such a challenge. And most of the research we do is fairly short term, and very seldom do we run it over long time periods to see what true adaptation would look like. Now, just for your interest, this is the number of microbes that are present in rumen fluid per cubic centimeter, per milliliter of rumen fluid. So that's a tiny bit. There's 10 to the power of 11 microbes, bacteria, per milliliter of rumen fluid of over 200 species. I do mention this because adaptation is a major challenge here. It's also interesting that the soil is about the same. The only difference in the soil and the ruminant is the soil, sometimes those microbes are dormant, waiting for an event to happen like rainfall, and then they burst into activity, whereas the rumen, they're always functioning. But the point is, apply some critical thought. If someone's trying to sell you a little 200 milliliter vial of rumen fluid of bacterial culture that you're going to put in the rumen, it will fundamentally change 50 million years of stable evolution and 10 to the power of 11 microbes per milliliter, have a little bit of skepticism about the potential of doing that. And the same with microbial additives to soils. Just apply a bit of critical thinking that here we're trying to add microbes that don't belong there, and they're going to fundamentally change what does belong there. Now, Bron would straight away say, what about the protozoa we introduced for leukemia? Reason why that worked, Bron, is because it had no competitors. So it was highly specific to mimosine and leukemia, which is why the protozoa survived so well in livestock. So it's not impossible for it to happen. We do it with legumes in the soil where we add rhizobia to the legume seed. But because we provided it right at the site of action, it does work. But when someone wants to spread a magic potion in the rumen of an animal and hope to change rumen evolution, I think it's really a big challenge. It's not easy. Now, just for your dinner time conversation, I've given you some words that you can repeat. Goes down well when you're trying to have a meal and you're saying, well, you shouldn't be doing the first one. But this is the process of digestion in the rumen. So you get regurgitation where essentially they eructate. Why do they do that? Well, when they eat for the first time, they're grabbing large bits of grass that might be too long for them to digest. And you remember that grass is covered with a silica coating and silica hairs on it and wax on the outside. And the microbes can only work at 2 points where it's now broken. So the purpose of regurgitation is to bring it back up into the mouth, chew it into smaller pieces so that you've got more working ends for the microbes to attack because they can't get in through the side of the grass sheath. So that's the idea of eructation, is to give the microbes more access to the forage by bringing it back up, re-chewing it, sending it back down again with more enzymes. So that's the purpose of chewing the cud. And in doing so, they add digestive salivary enzymes to that as well. And then they swallow it back down again. So that's the purpose. The rumen digestion is really about microbial fermentation. So you've got a lot of sugars going in there, but they're unavailable to a simple stomach animal. The sugars are locked up in complex cellulose and hemicellulose. And depending where you are in Australia, if you're in southern Australia, then ryegrass has a reasonable amount of non-structural water-soluble carbohydrate. But when you go to the north, not a lot of non-structural carbohydrate available, not a lot of soluble energy available in rangeland species, apart from some periods in the spring. So these animals have to get their energy by digesting these complex fiber particles and releasing them as simple sugars, which would be monosaccharides or disaccharides. Now, different to a human, we get our energy out of glucose, whereas the ruminant gets it out of volatile fatty acids, and these are acetate, propionate, butyrate, lactate. That's what it uses as its primary energy source. Now, depending which one of those it produces, if it produces more propionate, propionate is starving methane of hydrogen. So it actually soaks up hydrogen to make propionate. If it's making more butyrate, which it would do classically on a more forage diet, a grass-based diet, it actually produces hydrogen. So it actually stimulates the methane cycle. Then there's obviously nitrogen compounds in there that are digested, but you would argue a lot of the nitrogen in ruminants is actually the ruminant digesting dead microbes. Now, very complicated slide. I apologize profusely, but for those of you who really want to dig into the detail, for those who don't, just go blank for a moment. For those who do, follow me, because methane is really a form of anaerobic respiration where you're taking hydrogen, excess hydrogen produced in the rumen from this formation of volatile fatty acids, and you're combining it with CO2 that is evolved invariably in any form of microbial digestion. And the rumen saw a way of disposing of that as methane. So it's hydrogen plus CO2 makes methane plus water. Now, it seems strange, but it is actually the most energetically efficient process to dispose of that hydrogen. If you look at the diagram on the right, in the middle there, these delta G values, you can see that making methane costs the animal 67.9 kilojoules, whereas making, so it's more energy efficient than making acetate, for example, which is only disposing of minus 8.7. But we'll come to it later, that there are some other processes that are more competitive. So for example, some of you would be aware of the nitrate methodology for reducing methane in northern beef herds. Just so happens that when you put nitrate into a rumen of an animal, it ammonifies really quickly. So what it's done there is it's stolen 4 hydrogens, which steals all the hydrogen from 1 molecule of methane. So energy-wise for the animal, it's 500 kilojoules, whereas methane formation is 67. So the logic says, at the moment, there are some processes like sulfur and nitrate that can be more competitive in the rumen, but actually disposing of methane as hydrogen and CO2 as methane is the most energetically efficient. And it then goes through to volatile fatty acid production, which is the diagram on the right, which shows you that if you're making propionate, you're taking away 2 hydrogens, which is why feedlot cattle might actually produce less methane per unit dry matter intake, because they're getting a lot of high energy from grain, which would produce more propionate rather than butyrate. So there's some of the logic. Right, end of that difficult part. I'll give you a few easy slides now. You're after lunch, easier viewing. I thought it important just to run through a few nice to see slides on how we quantify methane. It's not an easy process. And for those of you who have been exposed to it, there's a lot of people out there trying to sell sniffer technology on farmers on the basis that they're going to have to measure methane. I don't think farmers will ever be expected to measure methane because the uncertainty in on-farm measurement is as big as the calculation of methane just through estimates. So while that exists, while the uncertainty in on-farm measurement is as big as the error in the calculation, we'll stick with the calculation as an easier way of doing it. But it's obviously expensive. I think the cheapest chamber measurement I ever ran at the Dairy Institute in Ellenbank was about $400,000. And then we managed to get it down in Nairobi, where I did it with the International Livestock Research Institute, managed to get chamber experiment down to about $100,000 US. So it's not cheap. So you've got to have a screening technique because someone will come along and say, we've got 40 probiotics we want you to test. Well, you can't afford to spend that amount of money. So a screening technique is to use an artificial rumen or a Rusitech. This is where that green fluid there, we've actually gone into the animal, taken some rumen fluid out and put it in a test tube and simulated what a rumen environment would look like. And then if you look on the right there, that's an automated one with a colleague of mine in New Zealand, where you've got these test tubes that are producing different levels of methane as a result of putting different treatments into each of them. And very cheaply, you can rank those and say, well, we'll take the best candidate and we'll put it into the expensive technique. This is the method we developed at the Dairy Institute in Ellenbank. I had a PhD student, Matt Dighton, who ironed out all the bugs in this technique. And what it is you put a permeation tube of a slow-release tracer gas into the reticulum of the animal. So that's just a little perm tube that releases a known amount of sulfur hexafluoride gas. And then you have this evacuated canister around their neck that measures the methane as they belch over a 24-hour period. And it's a simple back calculation. We know how much SF6 was released in the rumen. We know how much methane and SF6 we measured in the canister, and by deduction, you can calculate how much methane was released. So it works quite well. Then we built the older design and the new design chambers. The image in the middle is at the Dairy Institute in Ellenbank with 6 of those chambers all in a line. That was a massive investment. And the chambers we have in the International Livestock Research Institute in Nairobi went in at about the same time. These ones are suited to your 800-kilo dairy cow, whereas the ones in Nairobi were designed for a 400-kilo Boran native animal in East Africa. So they're a lot smaller as chambers, but identical design, same manufacturer, put them in. Probably less ideal is what we call drop-down chambers or portable accumulation chambers, typically used for sheep. This is in Armidale, University of New England, where you just drop a chamber over the top of an animal and measure the methane for about an hour and let them go. Not as pleasant for the animal, obviously. What's becoming quite popular is what we call green feed units, which is a company called Sealock that sell these units that can be put in a paddock and let the animals volunteer access to the feeder. And what it does, it drops a known quantity based on the transponder around the animal's neck. It drops a quantity of pellets, and while the animal's head is in the unit, it draws air over the animal and measures its methane. Now, obviously, this is tricky because methane is highly episodic. It jumps around all the time, so you've got to get hundreds of measurements over a period of time to have any consistency in measurement on the animal. But it is something that can be done in the field with very low tech input and tech support. So becoming popular in sort of more remote environments. And then some of the techniques we've been developing is asking, well, how do you do it when you want to know you've got a supplement, you're feeding it to all the cows in the herd, and you want to know what the entire herd is producing, including bullying behavior, selective feeding, all of that. We use open path laser or Fourier transform infrared spectrometer. Those are those 2 machines. That's the FTR, that's the laser, the small box. And you basically shoot it downwind of a group of animals and capture all the methane that passes the beam. And for those of you who understand constructive and destructive interference, we know what the strength of the beam that we sent out. What we get back is directly proportional to how much methane crossed the beam. So that's a way of doing an entire herd at a time. And I think, Pragna, you used some of that in one of the experiments up at Dookie on a farm. When you go out onto real farms, you've got to be careful because you can't use too many of the intensive measurements. Now, my soapbox here is this idea of methane sniffers. There's a fair bit of enthusiasm around methane sniffers, but we've got to be careful about what they actually measure, because you can have a methane sniffer fitted to your weigh scale, but when the animal went through and you measure a ppm concentration, it could be that the animal wasn't breathing or was breathing or burped or didn't burp, or the wind was blowing south or the wind was blowing north. You've got to compensate for the wind that passed the animal's mouth to know what they actually produced, because the sniffer doesn't tell you. It just tells you a concentration. So it's a bit misguided to be selling farmers on sniffers that they can add to weigh scales, because they get a result that's completely meaningless. What I've given you there is just an idea of how variable the animal's methane profile is. So there's the two red arrows which show you could point a methane detector at your animal at either the one red arrow or the other red arrow and get a completely different result. So that's why in all these techniques, most of the money we spend in measuring methane is trying to convert a ppm into how many grams of methane went to the atmosphere. Pragna would remember that the WindTrack software had to be used to convert with three-dimensional anemometers across the paddock to try and convert all of this into ppm, from ppm to grams of methane. So quite important. Let's make sure farmers are not being led into measuring stuff that's not going to actually help them at all. So what do we do about methane? I've put together a bit of a diagram here that comes out sequentially to show that there's not just one thing that can be done. Category called animal manipulation, where just simply improving animal health, fertility. I mentioned fertility a couple of times. Getting weaning rates up just drops the amount of methane that the animals produce in their lifetime. Earlier joining, things like that. Simple things like that I'll show you examples of later. Turns out we can breed animals for reduced methane, but the target has to be residual methane production. Just mentioning that. I'll come to that in a moment. There's things we can do around diet, around feeding oils, essential oils. I think, Pragna, that was what you did, was the essential oils. And then polyphenols, well, actually, that could be what you did. And then the chemicals, nitrate and sulfates. And then there's kind of the longer term, really more difficult type of research, which is, can we fundamentally change 50 million years of evolution? Which is a bigger question. And so you've got these inhibitors like seaweed or Bovier as the two options in the inhibitor category. Vaccination, which actually could be coming out fairly soon, a lot quicker than we thought it would, or early life programming that I'll get onto in a moment. So I'll just run you through a few examples of these in the next few minutes. What affects methane mainly is passage rate. In other words, think of fiber. The longer that fiber spends under anaerobic digestion conditions, the more methane will be produced per unit fiber. The longer you put fiber into a effluent pond and generate methane, the longer the more methane will be produced. So if it goes through the rumen fairly quickly, like the reason why you don't stand behind dairy cows in Victoria is because it shoots out horizontally. Whereas if you go into the Northern Territory, you know that the dung pad looks like a real dung pad. It spends more time digesting because it's more fibrous material. Now, if you look at that graph on the right, what we did is we took all the chamber studies in Australia and put them onto one graph. And you could probably argue you've got rangeland beef animals down the bottom left. So your Brahman up in the Northern Territory eating stones, probably losing weight for 6 months of the year. And as a result, they're not producing much methane per unit dry matter intake. Even though passage rate is higher, they're eating a lot less. Whereas if you go to the top right-hand corner, you've got a dairy cow in Gippsland on lush ryegrass pasture eating 25 kilos of dry matter a day. Very high passage rate, yes, but the methane they produce is much higher but all of them are producing about 20.7 times dry matter intake. So grams of methane per day is 20.7 times dry matter intake is the slope of that line. So what that tells us is our strategy is how do we change the slope of that line? And so you can see some of the technologies coming through, like oils, for example, feeding an animal with a higher oil in the content of the diet, changes that 20.7 to 16. So now you've got a 16 slope. If you feed nitrate, it changes to about 16 as well. If you feed seaweed, it becomes about 5. The slope is about 5. So that's quite a dramatic change. If you feed Bovier or 3-nop, same, about 5.25. So that's why we are focused on these secondary compounds, particularly for the more extensive grazing industries, where supplementation might not be an option, but can you select grasses for higher tannin content, higher saponin content? You probably wouldn't want a grass with higher nitrate content, but there are natural forages that have high sulfur content. And there's been breeding of ryegrass in New Zealand with a higher fat content, higher oil content. So these are things that can actually start working in more extensive grazing. Just a reminder of what we've achieved to date, because emissions intensity has been coming down quite steadily over time. 2 different types of graphs. But if you look at the emissions intensity gain in the beef industry, it has been dropping. And that's simply because we've got better at joining times, at feeding regimes, at breeding more efficient animals, more feed conversion efficient animals. That's what's been achieved as business as usual, which is still on the right trajectory. Dairy is a bit similar. It's not over time in the graph, but it just shows if you're on the right-hand side, you're probably a modern dairy. If you're on the left-hand side, you're probably a dairy from about 40 years ago. So over time, dairy has also reduced its emissions intensity. So what are the do now options? What are the things we can do today? Just reducing unproductive animal numbers makes a big difference to the emissions intensity. Might not reduce the absolute emissions, but it will reduce emissions intensity. Things like animal management, reducing unproductive animals, improving animal health, improving nutrition, reproduction, fertility, weaning. One of the studies we did in East Africa was, what if we treated all the sheep in East Africa for roundworm? How much savings could we have in methane? And the emissions intensity savings was massive. And you're addressing an animal health issue as well as an environmental issue. So those are important things. We've just published that paper. They're quite important. Animal breeding. There's a bunch of targets you can go for, but the target that has the most consistency with feed conversion efficiency or improving live weight gain in animals' feed conversion is residual methane production, which is basically saying, at best, what would we expect this animal to produce, and are they producing more than we expect? So you're breeding to reduce that luxury methane, because this is an inevitable amount of methane an animal will produce because of rumen passage and digestion. It is quite modest. It's only about 1% gain per year, but the plan is to replace existing EBVs, breeding values, with a sustainability index that has this residual methane trait built into it, so that it becomes entirely consistent with breeding for feed conversion efficiency. So I think that's a positive. Now, a bit more complicated here, but I think it's worth taking a few seconds to get through this. I'll work it through. 2 case studies we did, one in Longreach, one in Boulia. And what we did is we went to the Breed Cow Plus database and got a district average and said, okay, when this farmer bought this property, let's assume they were doing the district average, which is the baseline in each case. That comes from those of you know Fred Chudley, who came up with the Breed Cow Plus software and had these very useful district averages. And then we looked at the actual data of the 2 farmers in question here, and they heavily selected for early joining and high fertility. So they started joining the animals earlier, high fertility, making sure they were getting the animals out to market in 12 months, not 36 months, not missing that second winter. That's horrendous if you think it through from an emissions intensity point of view. And created the 2 scenarios. The bottom line is what the farmer was actually doing. But we said, well, what if they had the same animal equivalents, so 1750 or 1842, but they selected for early joining and high fertility, their production would be significantly higher, total emissions would be the same, but the emissions intensity would drop dramatically. So now suddenly you've got a 15, which is the average for Western Queensland, now producing 10, which is what this farmer was actually doing. Or you could drop the number of animals, restore a bit of grassland, and produce the same amount of beef for a quarter less greenhouse gas emissions, and still achieve the same emissions intensity. I put this out because this is things we can do tomorrow. We can incentivize or put this to producers, because both the same AE and the same live weight options are highly profitable for the farmer. And that's something we should be communicating regardless. So those are the scenario comparisons. Now, how do we do some of this? Well, we improve forage digestibility wherever we can. So better pastures where we can, improve grazing management, more strategic rotation management, putting the animals into better quality feed when they go to a new rotation. If concentrates are an option, that does reduce emissions intensity further and absolute emissions. There's obviously a plant breeding component here that is actively being taken up. So we've got some of our seed companies for the first time producing legumes with high tannin in them deliberately. So there's a high tannin white clover coming out, which will reduce methane as well as reduce bloat risk. There's a focus on lucerne, because the lucerne already has saponins in it, and if we select for a high saponin lucerne, you end up with a lucerne that can reduce methane. New Zealand is producing high fat content ryegrass, for example. Now, I know for those in the north of Australia that don't replace their pastures, this is quite a tricky business, but we'll get to that in a moment. Because there are legumes that do have these secondary compounds in them. And we've all heard about Leucaena, and hopefully one day Bron will be marketing the sterile Leucaena. Desmanthus, probably the little cousin of Leucaena. It's of the same family, just doesn't grow as high. I think of it more, and Bron, you can correct me on this, but I think of it, if you're 600 millimeters plus, it's Leucaena. If you're less than 600 millimeters, probably Desmanthus is the better of the two. I don't know where I got that from, but probably from Agrimix. But don't forget there's temperate legumes as well that have a similar effect. Now, how does this work in terms of what I said there about the two modes of action, nutrition and secondary compounds? So here's some work we worked with Chris McSweeney and Nigel Tompkins, who were at CSIRO at the time. And you can see two separate effects. Now, I'm not saying we should go and plant Leucaena across the whole Northern Territory. I think there's land care groups that would stone me for that. But if there's sterile Leucaena, it actually could work pretty well. If you look at the left, a Rhodes grass as a standard pasture, unfertilized Rhodes grass are quite nitrogen deficient, not particularly, or better than the sort of Aristida, but not better than average. And the growth rate you're getting on that. And then we had a treatment that had 40% Leucaena in the mix. So we assume the animals were eating 40% Leucaena and 60% grass in the diet. And the average daily gain obviously picked up. So now suddenly we're getting animals out to market earlier. And for every day they are on methane, on forage, they're growing faster. That's one mechanism, because they reduce methane by getting to market earlier. If you flip it around and then say, well, what about the absolute methane? That's the graph on the right that says for every day that they are on that Leucaena, in this particular experiment, they were producing 21% less methane in all three of the times we measured them. So you can see there's two separate effects. One is improving the overall nutrition of the animal and growing them faster, so average daily gain, which is really your emissions intensity, or absolute reductions in methane, both effects. Then we did a case study on the Burdekin, and Burn Valley. Burdekin was the chair of MLA at the time. There was a Rhodes grass sort of basic pasture there, not particularly efficient. And this farmer carved out about 400 hectares of area and put it into irrigated Leucaena. And you can see he doubled the number of steers on the property for the same amount of greenhouse gases. And the reason being is the animals were getting out to market in 18 months rather than 36 months. They were doing 1 kilo a day ADG rather than 0.3, 0.4. So you can see exactly how this was driven. Now this is just growth rate, just improving nutrition through better legumes in the mix. It is specific because not everyone can do irrigated leukemia, but it gives you an example of what can be achieved. I mentioned earlier that oils reduce methane, and we've done a fair bit of research on this, and there is a method available for feeding oils to dairy cattle. And what we found out that if you analyze the global literature on the subject, for every extra 1% added fat in the diet of a ruminant, you're getting 3.5% less methane. Obviously, you can't feed more than about 7% diet, so that limits this to about 20% less methane as a total. But it is something that does work across all ruminants. We also know that feeding tannins, like the tannin in most legumes, if you have about 20-30% of the diet, you get about 10 to 15% less methane out of the animal. We then, in our great wisdom, decided to find where we could get these together and see if they were additive. Like most things in life, it's partially additive, not completely. So that's why I put the 15 plus 15 equals 20, which mathematically it doesn't. But a lot of these strategies are doing similar things to the animal. And so when you combine an oil with a tannin, and both of them are suppressing methanogens in the rumen, don't think you're going to get suddenly 30% less methane because they're not strictly additive. But that's where we came across the product Grape Mark, for example, where we discovered that, well, Grape Mark is a waste product that was going into landfill at the time. And it's got tannin in the skins, and it's got high oil in the seed, and it was not being utilized very efficiently. So suddenly Grape Mark became a feedlot additive after that. Does the tannin oil, yeah, look, the tannin wouldn't, the tannin would make the animal more nitrogen efficient, but not enough to really have a big productivity gain because tannin binds nitrogen. So you've got to be careful. If you're in Northern Australia, you probably wouldn't want to do this. If you're in a dairy system in Gippsland and you were feeding 30% crude protein in spring, a bit of tannin in the diet would go a long way to actually trapping that excess nitrogen that's costing you energy to metabolize. And so it would actually make the animal more nitrogen efficient and production efficient because the animal's spending, we worked out that if you're feeding 30% crude protein to a dairy cow that only needs 18%, you're actually costing 2 liters of milk in energy per day at peak lactation to supply the energy to metabolize the excess nitrogen. So quite an energy cost. The oil's an interesting one. It depends on the counterfactual. So if you're a dairy feeding 2 kilos of grain and you add 2 kilos of oil, you're going to get an increase in milk production. And you're going to get a profitable increase in milk production. If you were feeding 4 kilos of grain and you cut out 2 kilos of grain and displaced it with oil, you wouldn't get a production benefit because you haven't added new energy to the diet. So it really, the oil depends on, have you added new energy to a diet that was energy deficient, then you'll get a productive benefit to the oil. And it will pay for itself if you're adding missing energy. That's the caveat there. I mentioned the nitrate methodology. When the government was promoting the nitrate methodology, we thought, yep, great idea, until we saw the methodology and wrote 2 papers saying why it would never be adopted. The closest we got was working, some of you might know Cameron Best. We were working with him at the time when he was with AACO, and he had a way of supplementing urea licks, because all you've got to do is take an existing urea lick and displace a small amount of it with nitrate in order to comply with the methodology. But it really came back to, is that producing a lick that is sufficiently cost effective to justify the methodology? But it turns out that because a offset method is a legislative instrument, it's actually a legal instrument. When we were developing the method, the government was too scared to legislate a method that would kill animals from nitrate toxicity. So the limit you could feed was so conservative that it didn't pay to feed. So the amount of methane reduction you get is so conservative that it's probably not cost effective as a method. There have been a few attempts to get it working as a method, but it comes back to the cost of the nitrate, which is about 30% more per unit than urea. Same with sulfur. If you add sulfur into the rumen of an animal, it steals hydrogen from methane. And a number of plants, like brassicas, for example, have got a high thiosulfate in them, which is one of the mechanisms by which they can reduce methane from ruminants. That brings us on to the sort of top-end options. We've heard a lot about seaweed and Bouvier, and when I'm speaking to farmer audiences, I usually at this point say, how many of you heard of Bouvier? And 5 hands go up out of 500. Not 500, 100. And when you say, who's heard of seaweed to reduce methane? And all the hands go up. Going out on a limb here, I would say, if you look at the comparison between the two, you've got two options. One which has been in research for 25 years and has got over 70 peer-reviewed papers on all aspects of its health and implications, animal implications, productivity. And another one, seaweed, that is really still early in the research phase. There's a lot of things we don't know about seaweed that still have to be answered, excuse me, about the true environmental impact that might result. Sorry, just hit the skids with the voice. It'll come right. So if you look at the active ingredient in seaweed, it's bromoform. Bromoform is quite a strident chemical. Let's leave it at that. So there's a lot we need to know about how safe this is. And anyone who's been following the media in the last few weeks over Christmas in the European Union, bromoform didn't come into fire, but Bouvier did. And the media couldn't have picked, or the people pushing couldn't have picked the more benign target, because if they picked seaweed, if they picked bromoform, there might have been a story to tell about a toxic compound, whereas the one they picked, Bouvier, is pretty much the most benign option you could come across. So I think you would have, if you were in the Asparagopsis market, you'd probably be keeping it quiet at the moment until that blows over. But the two are about the same. The real kicker is that it's going to cost you over $1 per head per day. And if you assume you're getting, say, 50% less methane at $35 a ton, your payback is 7 cents per cow per day. Because neither of these products produce any productivity gain. They're very good at reducing methane, but if you do a simple calculation of $1 per head per day, and your return is 7 cents, you're a fair bit behind. You need some other mechanism to make it profitable. So some of the pure bromoform, like the Ruminate company, sell a pure bromoform that basically says we don't need the seaweed at all, we just need the chemical. They've got that down to about 50 cents per cow per day, which is a lot more tolerable, but it's certainly not near the 7 cents return you're going to get. The biggest problem is it really only suits the confinement market. It's not really designed for your extensive market until there's some slow release technology. But even there, the slow release technology is not going to drop the price. It's going to increase the price. Then you've got Bouvier, or 3-nitrooxypropanol. Also very effective. It's been in research for over 25 years. The price is somewhere between 30 cents a steer and 50 cents per dairy cow per day is about the expected price. There are more concentrated versions coming through at the moment. We're doing a lot of analysis on this, which basically, if you think about inhibitors, if you're inhibiting an enzyme process in the rumen of an animal, the more present the active chemical is at every microsite in the rumen, the more effective it is. So if you're in a laboratory and you can guarantee 100% mixing, you can expect 100% reduction in methane. If you go into a feedlot operation where you can mix it into every mouthful the animal eats, you could possibly be getting your 70, 80% reduction in methane. The moment you go into a pulse feeding or a dairy system where you're supplementing twice a day, you've got a sawtooth on these products. Bovier lasts about 4 hours before it decays. So you've got this bell curve going. Asparagopsis probably only lasts for about 90 minutes in the animal. So you reduce methane for a period of time, so the efficacy drops quite dramatically. It is widely approved, Bovier, across many jurisdictions. Probably just leave that for your notes to go through. Now, interesting that it has actually been in the media, even though the highest standard applied by the European Union found it to be benign as a product and registered it for animal use. So the European Union, being most strict in the world on these kind of things, didn't seem to think it was a problem. That brings us to the vaccine. There's a lot happening in this area. It was a program started in Western Australia by SARO about 30 years ago. It was picked up by Ag Research in New Zealand. They've recently come back to us as the technical advisory group and said, we've got a vaccine that can achieve about 18% less methane. Give us another 5 years and we'll give you a 40% one. And we said, no, we'll take the 20% one now and you go away and do a 40% one yourself. Because the industry is quite desperate for these types of solutions if they can come at cost-effective prices. So it's really been accelerated by the Bezos Fund. So between the Gates Foundation and the Bezos Fund, there's a lot of money going into this area now. Created a bit of competition on the global stage for a solution quicker. Although you will find a lot of conspiracy theorists now promoting the evils of Gates funding and Bezos funding and all that. So fairly sort of confused space out there. Having said that, we are likely to get a methane vaccine that is effective, will work, and will be cost effective. Then that brings us to the last of the list here, early life programming, which is where I would place a lot of hope for the next stage of research. It's early days still, but there is evidence that you can program an animal. In other words, how you raise an animal could actually be quite important. And it turns out there's different intervention points that have different modes of action. You can start with an animal in early gestation, where what you're doing is intervening to make sure that the animal, the host animal, the cow or the ewe, has 0 methanogens left in the rumen, and you can do that artificially. And when the animal is born, it's born into an inheritance environment with low methane. There is evidence from a paper by Sarah Meal, working in France at the time, that bottom right-hand corner, which shows all they did was feed an inhibitor for the first few weeks, 3 weeks relative to weaning. And then the animals remained about 20% less methane from there on. Now, as I said, there's a lot of evidence still to be done, but there's now a significant number of groups around the world all working on this. CSIRO is currently a friend of mine, Stuart Denman, has just finished work looking at early gestation and parturition treatment. So there's still more to be done there. But you'd have to argue this is kind of what I'd call the holy grail. This is where we need to land one day, where we can actually intervene in a single generation and have that perpetuate through multiple generations just to produce less methane. So that brings us to the end of the methane section, and it brings us into a nitrogen section. If there's any questions on the methane section, let's deal with them now. Otherwise, we'll do a short animation on the nitrogen cycle. And while you're thinking about that, I did post those in the Dropbox links, and Pragna assures me it does work with AgVic, but through Chrome. Bonnie, parturition is giving birth. So that's what we use in animals when they give birth, that's parturition. So we talk about pre-parturition and post-parturition. Pre-parturition, you got to remember that at parturition, I don't know how many of you are aware of this, but ruminants are not ruminants at birth. They have a milk vein, because if you think about it, what you don't want is highly precious milk going straight into a rumen, being digested by microbes, and then the waste products being fed to the animal. So when a ruminant is born, it's actually got like a tube, a fistula. We call it the milk vein, which runs as a tube through the rumen and straight into the lower intestine. And so all the milk from a suckling ruminant goes down that milk vein and bypasses the rumen. So there is no rumination taking place in the first few weeks until the rumen starts functioning. The animal starts eating grass, and then the milk vein opens up and lets, then they wean and they start surviving on the forage that they're eating rather. So yeah, so and what has been considered as a competitive number in terms of cost per head. If you have an option that can deliver productivity benefits, like products like Agolin would claim productivity benefits, it's an essential oil product, and as a result, it would pay for itself just on the improved productivity, not on the methane reduction. So that's why it's so critical for us to be looking for balancing production with methane reduction, because if it's just methane reduction, then the only metric you've got is to say, if I can get 50% less methane, I could probably get paid $35 a ton for the CO2 equivalents, but that would mean that I would get 7 cents back per head per day. So it's not a lot of return. So that's why I said earlier, if you've got a product that's costing you 50 cents per cow per day, reducing methane by 50%, and you're getting 7 cents back at the current carbon price, it's not justifying the use of the product. If you can get a small productivity gain, it pays for itself, like oil. Yeah, Greg, thanks. You attended this on Monday, so you've got through the nitrogen, the methane cycle now. So thank you. So I'll go on to the nitrogen cycle, but feel free to keep posting methane questions if necessary. The nitrogen talk is going to be quite focused on animals and not a lot on fertilizers, but happy to take questions on fertilizers. So here we have the nitrogen cycle and an animation similar to the carbon cycle.
This is an animation of the nitrogen cycle in agriculture. Although this includes a grazing animal, the principles for cropping systems is much the same. While most of the nitrogen cycling in agriculture comes out of the microbial breakdown of a soil organic matter, the left-hand side of this diagram explains some of the primary input sources. Small amounts of nitrogen can come from rainfall and possibly volcanic events. But the majority of nitrogen entering our agricultural systems comes from synthetic fertilizer, legumes fixing nitrogen from the atmosphere, or from animal dung and urine recycling nitrogen. Nitrogen can enter the soil in many forms, but would mainly be in either the ammonium form or the nitrate form. In most aerobic soils, the ammonium is then converted fairly quickly to nitrate. In cold, wet soils common in southern Australia, that conversion can be much slower and plants might preferentially take up ammonium. Whereas in northern Australia, in drier, hotter, warmer conditions, less anaerobic conditions, the conversion of ammonium to nitrate can complete in a few days. The other input of nitrogen into the soil is obviously from animal excreta in the form of dung or urine, which would largely be in the ammonium form. Plants then take up the nitrogen either in the ammonium or nitrate form. In colder weather conditions common in southern Australia, wet winters, there could be preferential uptake of ammonia. In drier soils, there may be preferential uptake of nitrate. In the case of a livestock system, the animal then consumes the nitrogen in the plant and recycles some of this back to the soil through their excreta. Unfortunately, in most of our agricultural systems, the nitrogen is exported out of the system down the supply chain instead of being returned in a more of a circular closed-loop nutrient cycle. Nitrogen can be lost from the soil in 3 main processes. Nitrate in the soil moves readily with water, so if there's leaching of water beyond the root zone, this will carry nitrate with it into the groundwater. In waterlogged soils, nitrate can be denitrified and lost as a gas of either nitrous oxide or dinitrogen. Nitrogen can be lost as ammonia gas either directly from urea fertilizer being applied to soils or livestock urine volatilizing as ammonia gas.
So there you've got the animation just in the notes to remind you of the nitrogen cycle. One of the problems we have with nitrogen, it is the most leaky element we have in our soils. If it doesn't leach, it will denitrify. If it doesn't denitrify, it will be lost as ammonia. There's almost a constant amount that will be lost in a particular ecosystem. So again, a bit of a challenge for us to try and improve efficiency. But you would have heard from that animation that most of the nitrous oxide that emerges out of agricultural systems comes from a process called denitrification, which is warm, waterlogged, anaerobic soil conditions with too much nitrogen in them. So you think of where you would get most nitrogen would be the high nitrogen industries like sugarcane, cotton, and dairy would be your three high nitrogen industries. And then there's obviously extremely low nitrogen industries like perennial horticulture would be low, but no one gets lower than the extensive rangelands. There is another process called nitrification, which happens in warm aerobic soils, but it's pretty minor. And to be honest, if that's the major process happening in your system, you really don't have a problem. But both of them indicate inefficient use of nitrogen. If you're in an intensive grazing system, more than 60% of the nitrogen in that system is not completing the cycle. It's actually being lost to the environment in some way. So that's pretty bad. Cropping less so. There's another way of looking at it. Any form of nitrogen coming into our agricultural system, whether it's fertilizer, urine, dung, legumes, or even soil microbial turnover, add to the ammonium pool in the soil. And then that typically in colder, wet conditions will be a slower process, but in a very hot, drier conditions that will rapidly convert to nitrate. And then nitrate under anaerobic conditions will result in either nitrous oxide or denitrification. Here's the issue for the grains industry, for example. You've got industries like dairy, sugar, and cotton that put on 200 kilograms of nitrogen or more. But from a geography point of view, they don't occupy a large area of land. Whereas grains typically applies more modest amounts of nitrogen. Your dryland grains in Western Australia would probably put on 30 to 40 kilos of nitrogen in a dry year. Whereas your high rainfall Northeast Victoria grains would probably put on as much as 180 kilos of nitrogen per hectare, but very seldom do grains get the same volume. It's just they traverse a very large area of land, which means that most of our nitrogen goes onto grains production systems. But here's how it works. If you've got nitrate in the soil, that's the precursor. It's a microbial process. So if your temperature is above 5 degrees and probably below about 35 degrees, it'll be an active process. Soluble carbon can limit the process, but this is something that is not a problem in grazing systems. There's plenty of soluble carbon in grazing systems. It might be limited in very heavily cropped systems. But the main metric we use is anaerobicity. In other words, how much oxygen is in the soil, because you need anaerobic conditions for maximum nitrous oxide. And you can see on the right there how we use water-filled pore space as an indicator, where we say at about 30% water-filled pore space, this particular soil is at wilting point. So it really needs water. When you then wet it up, you start getting microsites that are starting to wet up, but there's still a lot of oxygen in the soil. So most of the denitrification is from nitrification. When you get to about the midpoint of wetting up the soil through to field capacity, it switches where most of the microsites are now saturated in the soil. So there's not a lot of oxygen left in the soil, and you're producing mainly nitrous oxide. Then as you get saturated, it's all dinitrogen. Now, how do you think about this? Think about those riverina dairy soils where they would flood irrigate them. They'd be at wilting point, and then you'd bring a big head of water down the irrigation bay, a large volume of water, and they would very quickly go from the left of that diagram through to the right. And so what we see is no nitrous oxide produced by these systems while that head of water goes down the bay and for the next 2 days. But then 2 days later, they very rapidly dry down from field capacity back down to wilting point. You get a flush of nitrous oxide, then it's all over. So very different to what we would see in just rain-fed systems. But here's the issue faced by the livestock industries versus the grains industries. I've got a couple of grains examples there. They're not even as low as the Western Australian grains examples. And you could see canola at Wagga is producing about 200 grams of nitrous oxide nitrogen per hectare per year. It wouldn't even scratch the surface. If you eliminated that nitrous oxide, the farmer wouldn't notice the difference in any form of yield or growth. But now you get to a dairy system, those 3 dairy bars, where no dairy farmer is putting on 500 kilos of nitrogen, but you've got to remember they're putting on 200 kilos of nitrogen, they've got a legume in there, they're bringing 100 kilos of nitrogen through the gate in supplementary feed, and they are recycling about 200 kilos of nitrogen out the back of the animal. So suddenly a dairy system that thinks they're putting on 200 is actually inputting about 500 kilos of nitrogen through the various sources that they're recycling on the farm. And so that's why the emissions suddenly jump up. The green one is land use change. This is a site at Hamilton near on the research station at Hamilton in Victoria, where we had a 30-year-old sheep pasture, a lot of organic carbon, a lot of organic nitrogen sitting in the soil, and we plowed it up and put in a wheat crop. Well, what you disturbed was about 200 kilograms of nitrogen instantly mineralized through soil disturbance. And you had this massive pulse of nitrogen into this system that then released about all the nitrous oxide there came out in 10 days after we disturbed the soil. So soil disturbance has a big impact on how much mineralization you get out of soil organic matter that then releases a pulse of nitrogen into the atmosphere. The sugarcane one just emphasizes how we need to disaggregate industries, because this is one case study in Ingham in Queensland on an organic soil. But if you think of sugarcane that spans a couple of thousand kilometers north to south that has some sandy coastal soils, they wouldn't produce much nitrous oxide at all because it's all drainage. Then you get the organic soils that have a lot of nitrogen sitting in them. And then you get down northern New South Wales, you get acid sulfate soils that have a chemical process operating that releases nitrous oxide. So in some ways, we do need to disaggregate more. But this is what we've achieved over time from the start when we started in this work in the year 2000. The national inventory method said all nitrogen fertilizer, no matter where you put it, no matter how you used it, it's multiplied by 1.25% as the emission factor times total nitrogen applied in Australia was the nitrous oxide. Well, we obviously said that wasn't good enough, got industry funding and did research in various industries, and now we've disaggregated those numbers into the table you can see there. This is about the 4th iteration over that time. This is the latest that's in the March 2024 inventory. So you can see there irrigated pasture, dryland pasture, cotton, sugarcane, horticulture, low and high rainfall cropping get treated differently. So things are moving. It's obviously not ideal because if I'll use a dairy example again. If you're in northern Victoria on a non-draining soil, on some of those clays that have about 6 millimeters of drainage per year, there's no drainage, so nitrous oxide denitrification is your major process. Same dairy farm in Gippsland on a free draining soil, there's no nitrous oxide from denitrification, it's all going to leaching. So the inventory method by definition is generally right, but specifically wrong. It'll be useful to remember that when you're dealing with farmers and saying, well, that number doesn't represent my farm. And that's the problem we face when we're now switching from a top-down inventory to try and do bottom-up accounting on a particular farm where the number might be very wrong and not represent their farm. How do we measure nitrous oxide? It's a highly episodic process. It kind of hangs around with nothing happening, and then suddenly when you have rain and temperature all at the same time, you get this pulse of nitrous oxide that leaves. So the most basic of methods is to take a bucket, put it on the soil, take a sample of the air in the bucket at time 0, and an hour later take another sample. And the difference in the two concentrations is the rate of release from the soil. Now, that's obviously not good enough because you're not capturing the episodic peaks. So we had these automated systems we put in. You can see various crop types, cotton in the middle, wheat, dairy pastures, where they are hydraulically operated, opening and closing lids that close the lid, take a sample, keep the lid closed for an hour, take a sample an hour later, then open the lid. And it's analyzed on site at the same time. Here's another example. This is an example of the laboratory we have on site, in this particular case in Griffith. And we've got a gas chromatograph there that analyzes the nitrous oxide dynamically as we go through the season. Give you some idea on how we measure. We've done a lot of measurement early on using open path methods, or what we call micrometeorological methods. This is using what we call a 3-dimensional anemometer. That's that funny thing that goes up and down. Instead of having a wind vane telling you which way the wind is blowing, this actually measures the wind speed in all 3 dimensions. And what it tells you is how much air is moving up or how much air is moving down. And then we measure nitrous oxide at 2 heights. And we say, well, we know the concentration there, we know the concentration there, and we know how much wind transferred between the two. That system here allowed us to measure a dairy pasture in northern Victoria every 0.1 of a second for 3 years. So a huge amount of data to understand the process. And this is the kind of thing you get out of it, saying, unless you're continuously measuring this, it's a bit like methane. You can go along having nothing happening and then 100-fold increase in nitrous oxide when the right water, temperature, and nitrogen conditions come about. So you could have a urine patch drop on the soil and nothing really happen until a rainfall event follows up, and then suddenly a lot of it barrels out as nitrous oxide. So what do we do about it? Again, the diagram. You've got animal things that can be done around breeding more feed conversion efficient animals. There's not a lot of scope to breed for nitrogen use efficiency in animals. We've just been through that with the New Zealand government for about 6 years, looking to select animals. Turns out breeding is not as effective as feeding. Just simply getting the energy to protein ratio right in the diet had a much bigger impact, an order of magnitude bigger impact in reducing urinary nitrogen loss. So just feeding the animals on a balanced energy to protein ratio, which is the most critical. Then obviously you can look at legumes because they provide a slower form of nitrogen, but also with the tannin in the legume, they make the animal's nitrogen cycle more efficient because tannin binds excess ammonia in the rumen. In terms of fertilizer, which we're not really focusing on in this talk, but it comes back to the 4 R's, rate, source, timing, placement. That's what Fertilizer Australia would promote. I add a 5th one called inhibitors. So fertilizer, rate, source, timing, placement, and formulation now. There is a move to see if we can coat all fertilizers in Australia with an inhibitor. So there we go. In terms of soil management, you've got to remember that anything that makes the soil more anaerobic will produce more nitrous oxide. So anything to do with compaction reduces the amount of oxygen in the soil. Overgrazing, for example, under wet conditions. At waterlogging and post-waterlogging, if they get pugged, you end up with a compacted soil that has very little oxygen in it and will produce more nitrous oxide. Now, because we're going straight to the action end of the ruminant here, you've got to remember that ruminants excrete the majority of nitrogen they eat. In a ruminant, what you find is they apportion nitrogen in the diet equally between dung and urine up to about sufficiency. So when they get to their dietary requirement for nitrogen, so high-producing lactating dairy cow might be 16% crude protein. After that, it exponentially allocates excess nitrogen to the urine, which is why sometimes in dairy systems we can see these massive urinary depositions taking place.
So the first thing is balancing the diet. So if you're in one of these higher...
Sorry, that was me with a recording on sitting in the slide. Because I put this one in yesterday. And it came from a recorded presentation. Just simply things like balancing. This is the work we did with New Zealand. We're saying if we could breed animals to partition more nitrogen into milk, you'd save 45 kilos of CO2 equivalent. Simply getting the energy to protein ratio right in the diet saved 200. So guess what? You should just start with getting the diet right. That's the biggest gain you can look at. Now, I've shortened the nitrous oxide section, so I haven't dealt with fertilizers, but obviously rate, source, timing, placement is really important if you are using fertilizers. But in the grazing industries, that's really limited largely to the dairy industry and a little bit to the southern sheep industry that might use one strategic application of nitrogen in spring. Otherwise, not a lot of nitrogen is used in the grazing industry. So hopefully that gives you enough to go on if you focused on animal agriculture. Let's go into soil carbon. Now, this soil carbon section, some people are really happy at the end and some people are really unhappy at the end. You can't please everybody because what we've got to do is we've got to stick to the science we can prove. There's a lot of narratives out there about the ability of soils to save the world, but unfortunately, not a lot of it has appeared in the peer-reviewed literature. So in terms of what we can actually say about it and reliably use as part of mitigation strategies, we've got to stick to the science. That's our reality. But through this presentation, you'll see me focus more on soil organic matter. And if you remember a little bit of a saying, soil organic matter is what matters to farmers. Soil carbon doesn't matter to farmers. You can dump a whole lot of carbon in the soil, go and burn a whole lot of rangeland and dump it on the soil and you've got carbon. But it doesn't help anybody. So soil carbon is the terminology that came about because the fossil fuel industries were looking for a way of sequestering their way out of trouble. And so what they want from agriculture is soil carbon. What you want from your farmers, what we want for productive agriculture is more soil organic matter. And I'll come to this in a moment because if you think about logically, soil organic matter is what holds water, not carbon. The carbon fraction doesn't hold the water, the organic matter does. Soil organic matter holds nitrogen. The carbon doesn't, it's just carbon. So actually what you want is soil organic matter. And if you focus on that, you get the story right. So now that we've got that, soil carbon is a combination of soil organic carbon. So that's carbon locked in the organic form, of which about half is carbon of organic matter, or inorganic carbon. So what's that soil inorganic carbon fraction? If you look at the pie chart on the left, most of soils are made up of the mineral component, which is your silicas and your broken down rock structures. If you're on the Eyre Peninsula or Mount Gambier, you might have actual calcium accretions in the soil sitting there as that's not silica, it's inorganic carbon. It's actually calcium carbonates sitting in the soil. That's not in all soils. There are some in the Northern Territory like that as well. In certain places, you'll see calcium accretions in the soil. That's just inert carbon. So we're talking about the green part, which is soil organic carbon. Now, if you break that out and say, let's break it down into what it comprises of, I think of that chart on the right as being a timeline of lifetime of carbon in the soil. So you think of the microbes. So you've got 10 to the power 11 bacteria per cubic centimeter of soil. They're active, they're doing their thing. They are carbon because there's lots of carbon in them, but they last for minutes to hours, and then they turn over and die and recycle and regenerate. So that's a very transient pool. You want as much as possible of that, but it's not soil carbon. The next one is your particulate organic carbon, or your labile carbon, we call it. I think of this as your sort of decadal to multi-decadal pool of carbon, so 10 to 25-year carbon pool. So it's fractions that are broken down into less than 2 millimeters, and we can sieve them out. So then you go on to the stable mineral-associated carbon, which we used to call humus. We now call it mineral-associated carbon because that's actually what it does. We've also shifted away from calling this fraction humus because everyone's selling compost as humus. And so you can't have compost and humus in the soil. It's not the same thing. So really what it is your finer fractions that go through a 0.2 millimeter sieve, fine fractions. And the reason why it's stable mineral associated is the reason why it's stable is it electrostatically attaches itself to the clay, the charged clay particles. So you've got clay in the soil that can hold it a bit tighter. So it's not your highly labile fraction, it's more stable. So I think of this as your 25 to 100-year pool of carbon. So this is your longer term stable pool of carbon. You want plenty of it in the soil because it does turn over, but very, very slowly. And then you get the resistant carbon. That resistant carbon is charcoal. So you'd have to go back 10,000 years to measure some of the particles that went in through rangeland burning, through historic fires that went across Australia. And you could probably relate the charcoal fraction in the soil to the burning history of a site. Now, obviously, it's not completely recalcitrant, because if it was, 10,000 years later of burning, you would have a mountain of charcoal sitting somewhere, but we don't. So it does turn over eventually, but it's very slow.
Now, just a photo as to why.
Sorry, another one that I just put in yesterday. Because the team on Monday wanted to know what visually it looked like, and I'd left this slide out, so I put it in. This is just a photograph we took in New South Wales of a cropping system. On the right, you've got the original soil profile prior to land clearing. On the left, you've got something that's been cropped for the last 40, 50 years. So this would be a combination of erosion, loss of carbon, loss of soil, combined with just more compacted soil. So on the right, higher bulk, lower bulk density. On the left, higher bulk density. Just the difference in compaction from the loss of carbon in our soils. So quite dramatic if you think about what we've lost in cropping systems. And this gives you an idea of the amount lost. Sorry, we'll go with, I need to get rid of these audios. This is a study by Lawrence that looked at a number of sites where they measured the remnant vegetation carbon. So that's that right-hand side of that diagram compared to the left. And estimated on average in our cropping soils, we've lost about 24 tons of carbon per hectare through cropping systems. So there's definitely a need to go to minimum tillage, to go to more conservation processes, probably recycling with rotations with permanent pasture to try and restore the carbon in a pasture phase. And so this gives you some idea of what would happen if we did rotate into pasture, because those are the left as the continued cropping, and the right, the mustard colored bars, is where it's returned to pasture after cropping, and you've got that permanent pasture putting in carbon for 12 months of the year, 24/7. Just the difference between annual cropping, soil disturbance, and not growing a crop for 12 months of the year versus something with no disturbance growing a crop 12 months of the year has a big difference in restoring the carbon layer. But we've also got to be real about where we can build carbon. I once had a surreal chat with one of our environment ministers a few ministers ago. They'd been enraptured by the narrative that if we just increase soil carbon by 0.01% across all the landmass of Australia, we don't have to worry about our greenhouse gas emissions because we'll sequester it all. What was missing in the communication with that minister is the growth by 0.01 per year is only half the time. Half the time it's negative 0.01. So we spend as much time losing carbon in the extensive areas of Australia as we do gaining it. It's just too easy to multiply a small number by a massive area and come up with a great result, when in actual fact, drought and floods lose more carbon in Australia than we grow in good years. So we've got to be realistic about where we can do this. Also, with soil carbon, you've got to be realistic about the variability just across a paddock. Here's David Rawlings took the samples across a 500-meter paddock from a sandy granite ridge on the left, which can't hold carbon because it's got no clay in it, through to a vertisol on the right that's got plenty of clay and can hold lots of carbon. Unfortunately, we get people sampling directly over the whole lot of that and then assuming an average carbon, which isn't actually right, because on the right-hand side, you could probably do 5% carbon. On the left, you could do 0.5% carbon. That's huge. You've got to segregate them out. So here's a bit of correction in terminology. In terms of organic carbon fractions, we hear people claim that they've got, lots of carbon. I've got 12% carbon. Sometimes what they're confusing is carbon versus soil carbon. There's a difference. What I'm showing you here are the transient fractions of above ground or recent carbon. So plant residues on the soil surface, very good to have. They reduce water loss, reduce evaporative loss out of the soil. Excellent thing to have, but not soil carbon. Might never become soil carbon because they'll oxidize. Think of mowing your lawn and leaving the clippings behind. Go back a week later, there's no clippings. Where did they go? Microbes got them. They went off to the atmosphere as CO2. So plant residues on the soil surface, not much of that ever becomes soil carbon unless you've got a transport mechanism. Buried plant residues greater than 2 millimeters, not soil carbon, very transient fraction. And microbes themselves, you want plenty of that. You want as much as you can get because that's the health of your soil. But let me put it to you, they are a result of good soil management, not an input. When you talk soil carbon, this is actually what counts. So if you are taking a sample, we take the surface layer off, because when you take a soil core for soil carbon, you've got to take the litter off the surface. You can't include that in the sample because that's not soil carbon. We then sieve it down to 2 millimeters for particulate, below 0.05 for mineral associated, and then we analyze for the resistant carbon. That's what we call long-term stocks of carbon in the soil, something that lasts decades or more. Now, really important are those fractions in red, but they are so rapidly decayed and mineralized that they don't hang around long enough to be called soil carbon. Let's turn it around and look at the positive side. Organic matter is so much more than carbon. I've been talking about this. Here's a diagram by Jeff Baldock, who was kind of our mentor in the soil carbon area. Just the biological roles, the fact that it holds more nitrogen, just the physical roles, the fact that it holds more water, just the cation exchange capacity. Building soil carbon, building soil organic matter delivers all of these as productivity benefits, and you would argue that they continue to deliver for the next 100 years as well. Because once you've got the higher organic matter there and can keep it there, you've got a system that is operating at a higher productivity level inherently. So we should focus on these benefits. Now, in the next few slides, I'll show you two where we monetized two of those benefits, just water holding capacity and a reservoir of nutrients, just nitrogen. And we'll show you that those deliver you $200 per hectare per year productivity benefit in Southwest Victoria, whereas soil carbon will deliver you $25 per hectare in a once-off claim that might not be repeated. So don't want to talk against soil carbon credits, but the bottom line is there's more to be had from productivity gains than there is from soil carbon trading. So what is soil carbon? It's a function of inputs and outputs. And time is what we forget. Now, the reason why I put in time there is because if you talk to Peter Grace, who's kind of now our sort of grandfather of carbon, of soil carbon, Professor at Queensland University of Technology, he would show you data that says if you in-field variability is 20% in a grazing system. Laboratory variability, another 10%. That means there's a 30% standard error associated with soil carbon sampling, our ability to measure this thing called soil carbon. What I mean by that is if you take two parallel transects through the same field on the same day, and you analyze the difference between those two, you get up to about a 20% difference between the two parallel transects in their average soil carbon result. That's in-field variability. If you put those all into one big mixture and then took 100 subsamples out and sent those hundreds to the laboratory, there would be a 10% variance in the number you get back. That's laboratory error. Put those two together and you've got more variability in 12 months by sampling in 12 months than the change you can expect in 12 months. So in most of our ecosystems, there is very little logic to sampling annually for soil carbon because you're just dealing in noise, measurement noise. You would be far better off doing 5-yearly sampling if you're not trying to monetize soil carbon. You'd be far better off picking indicator paddocks and monitoring them on a 5-yearly interval to get above the background noise. So that's why I put time in there, because time is really important. You can't justify your position statistically until you've got time under your belt. So what are the inputs? Well, plant growth is it. You can count imported carbon, but you have to take it out from where you took it. You can't just take a ton of organic material from the neighboring farm as compost and put it into your soil and claim it as new carbon. It's not new carbon. What is new carbon in your soil is the extra growth that you get out of putting the compost on, not the compost itself. That's not new soil carbon, that's imported carbon. So plant growth is really where it's at. And then you've got microbial turnover. Now, it turns out the inputs vary far more than the outputs. The outputs are fairly constant because in a dry year, the microbes are still working as effectively on whatever's available. Whereas the inputs in a high rainfall year, you could get a 4-ton pasture in Northern Australia or a 15-ton pasture in Gippsland. In a dry year, you might get a 3-ton pasture or nothing in Northern Australia. That really determines your inputs into the equation. But in a high rainfall year, the microbes are working. In a low rainfall year, they're still working. And they will eat whatever's there. And so your losses become a fairly constant fraction. Your turnover becomes a fairly constant fraction, but your inputs vary. And so what we see is that in Australia, we've just published a study through Elaine Mitchell that said we can explain 70 to 90% of the annual change in soil carbon in Australia, we can explain by rainfall. El Nino, La Nina cycles would explain most of it. So really, we say focus on good management so that the average increases over time, not the year to year. Don't focus on year to year changes. Here's a useful diagram to use that I find in explaining to farmers about soil carbon. Is you've got the actual, attainable, and potential. Now, the actual is what they are actually achieving. That's the 3% they might have on their farm. That's because of their rotation strategy, their soil management, plant productivity. Often they get inspired by the potential, which is saying with 60% clay on the Liverpool plains, you should be 7%. The problem is you'll never get 7% while you've got 600 millimeters of rainfall. You might need 1,000 millimeters of rainfall to get your 7%. So that middle step is what limits the potential. So unless you've got rainfall, temperature, and radiation, you'll never get to the potential. You only get to the attainable. So in my Liverpool Plains example, you might be 3%. You could get to 7% if you had the water, but you might only ever get to 5% because of the rainfall. The best example of that I've come across is centre pivot irrigated dairy in Mount Gambier, where 40 years ago they went onto these systems with about 3% organic soil carbon, very shallow topsoil, put in a centre pivot, took out the water equation, and because they got the heat units and they poured nitrogen on, a lot of those dairy farms were putting 400 kilos of nitrogen on and irrigating 12 months of the year. So they were getting 20, 25 tons of grass grown, and within about 5 to 7 years, a lot of them were sitting at 5 to 7% soil carbon. Now that's fine. Turn off the water and turn off the nitrogen, and guess what? 5 years later, they'll be sitting back at 3% because they haven't actually converted that into long-term mineral-associated carbon in those soils. That might take another 20, 30, 40 years to achieve. So that's the reality check there. Now, this is just for your own calculation. I'm not going to go into detail explaining this because it just for your reference to say, if you had a soil sample 0 to 10 or 0 to 30, and the change was 1.5%, or you were on a sandy soil and it was a total of 1.5%, and you had 1.3 grams bulk density, the calculation below shows you how to then calculate that you've got 19.5 tons of soil organic carbon per hectare. So just follow the calculation. It should be fairly clear on how that comes about. How I use that to explain a caution here is some of the problems we're seeing in deep soil sampling. Because if you want to get true bulk density, you can't compress the soil with a hydraulic ram. Now, a lot of the samples taken 0 to 10 are just taken with handheld augers. Then down to 30, they're taken with a truck that comes onto your farm that does a hydraulic ram. But now there's enthusiasm about sampling to a meter. Now, by the time you get a hydraulic ram on the back of a truck that is sampling to a meter, you've effectively compressed the soil at the bottom of the column by a massive amount of hydraulic pressure, and you increase the bulk density of that soil. Now, the difference it makes is in the bottom. If the bulk density in this case study was 1.1, you've got 16.5 tons of carbon. If you compressed it using a hydraulic ram, you've suddenly got 19.5 tons of carbon, but nothing's changed, apart from the fact that you've compressed the soil. So to get bulk density down to depth, if you want to take bulk density at a meter, you've got to get a pit and go through the sidewall of the pit to say, what is the uncompressed bulk density down at a meter? Just a little tip there in correcting some of the assumptions that have been going on. The other thing about the law of diminishing returns is quite important. Here's two sites in one of the longest experiments in the world, the Rothamsted experiment, which ran for over 300 years on soil carbon. What happened here is there was cropping taking place on both of these soil types. They converted to permanent pasture, which is the solid line, and some of the treatments went into continued cultivation. And you can see the trajectory of the two. Soil disturbance, you're eroding the soil carbon. It's kind of chewing the cud in the soil. It's effectively chewing up that organic matter and allowing microbes to work on it quicker. Whereas going to permanent pasture in this particular situation, because it's the UK, pretty mild conditions, good rainfall, you would say soil carbon restores itself fairly rapidly. But look, it's still 30 years to restore anything near to where it could be. But eventually the day of reckoning comes where it levels off. That's the law of diminishing returns. To kick it up further than the top of the diagram there, you would have to put on irrigation or put on more nutrients or do something fundamentally different. Whereas soil carbon can't accumulate forever. The rule is most of the changes, if you start with a low potential, like the red line, the low actual, and the potential is high, you can shift that quite dramatically in the first decade. But eventually it will level off. And here's two examples of where it did exactly that. So this is the Jigsaw Farms example, Mark Whitten's farm out at Hamilton, where we did an audit on the farm between 2008 and 2018, and then 2021. The first decade on the farm, part of why it was called Jigsaw Farms is Mark kept buying neighboring farms, and that's called Jigsaw. But those neighboring farms were very low stocking rate, 5 DSC onion grass. And part of the conversion was to put 20%, get it up to 20 DSC with pure phalaris, pure ryegrass, pure fescue, and get the fertility up. So you could see a reason why in that first decade there would have been a shift in soil carbon going from 5 DSC to 20 DSC with better fertility. But once he'd been past that first decade, that was 2008, and there's been very little shift. You wouldn't argue there's much of a change in this graph here. In soil carbon in the last decade. So he's maxed out on carbon. This is Fiona Conroy and Cam Nicholson on the Bellarine Peninsula, where on the left-hand side, they were doing a fair bit of land restoration. They got very degraded pastures up to a decent productivity level. But in her own words, Fiona Conroy had added those arrows in, saying growing season rainfall was increasing and it went up. Growing season rainfall was decreasing, soil carbon went down. And so they've had to reconcile that actually they've maxed out on their soil carbon. They've done a good job, well done. But the fluctuations year to year is all about rainfall now on their system. So reality check. But on the positive side, I said we did some work on quantifying the inherent benefits of soil carbon. And this is a grazing system in Western Victoria where we used the long-term phosphorus grazing trial as our basis to calibrate our models. That was the Vertisol soil there at Hamilton. So 750 mils of rainfall, whereas Berkshire probably closer to what, 400 and something mils of rainfall. And we just looked at, well, what if you had a low starting point on soil carbon or a high starting point? And the low starting point is the hatched line, which says, let's assume this came out of 20 years of conventional cultivation and now into permanent pasture, whereas the solid line was in permanent pasture already. Straight away, high carbon versus low carbon delivers us 24 to 77 more kilograms of nitrogen per hectare per year out of mineralization. That's the net difference between those scenarios. That's worth $100 of hay or urea fertilizer equivalent, just higher soil organic matter in a grazing system. Yes, it is a high rainfall grazing system. But then when we looked at the lower rainfall site on soil moisture, assume that the existing soil carbon can hold more water than the hatched line, which is your low carbon that is busy restoring. Just the extra growth potential of higher soil organic matter delivered us from water, plant available water holding capacity alone was another $26 to $73 of pay equivalent per year. So there's just 2 of about 12 productivity attributes that high soil organic matter delivers to a farm. So no matter how you can push it, it's worth doing. But we've got to be realistic about where we can do this as well. So I mentioned sandy soils. If you're at Esperance or Albany or Geraldton, for example, and you've got sandy soils in those locations, you're not going to push anything close to 1%. Typically, those soils are about 0.3 to 0.5% soil carbon. It's only when they do the subsoil claying down at Esperance that they bring up clay to the surface and suddenly they've got 3%, 4% soil carbon because they've got clay to hold it. Whereas if you're on the Atherton tableland with those Krasnozem soils up there, you'd be upset if you weren't 6% soil carbon in the top layer. So we've got to be realistic about what our soils can achieve. The next 2 graphs are really also a reality check saying, if climate change comes about like we predict, then we will be challenged in our ability to build soil carbon. We'll be lucky to hold on to what we've got. Taking that same modeling scenario, and it's a confusing graph, so let me break it down for you. On the left, you've got the low rainfall Birchip site. On the right, you've got Hamilton. You've got a high starting point on carbon, a low starting point on carbon in each scenario, and 4 different soils. Above the line are optimistic climate change scenarios saying, what if it got wetter and warmer? But below the line, the orange line is probably the realistic one, which is consistent with what we've seen in the last 40 years. So if you assume that climate change will reduce rainfall in the region by the predicted amount following existing trends, then if we wanted to maintain the current stocking rate at Hamilton, the current carbon stocks at Hamilton, we would have to reduce stocking rate by 40% by 2070. If we wanted to maintain the current soil carbon status at Birchip, we'd have to reduce stocking rate by more than 80%. If climate change does what we predicted to do. So this data changed Victorian government policy from one of we're going to keep soil carbon as part of our strategy to reduce our footprint, through to one of saying, let's incentivize farmers to maintain the current soil carbon they've got and see that as valuable in its own right, which I think is realistic. Annette Cowie, his team in New South Wales DPI repeated that for the grains industry nationally. And you've got the higher rainfall scenarios on the left, the mid scenarios, no change in the middle. And unfortunately, on the right-hand side, you've got the soil carbon change if climate change comes about as predicted and consistent with what we've seen in the last couple of decades. Now, all very depressing. So let's lift up the tenor a little bit by showing you a video of Jigsaw Farms. So I show this because I find Mark quite inspiring. He moved into this area and bought up a whole lot of farms. Some of them were potter farms, so they had the land care approach to planting trees, but he bought up all the neighboring farms, converted them from 5 DSC through to 20 DSC. So he's got a highly productive system. Where he does things, he does them perfectly. So his animal health is really good. His fertility is really good. The fertility of the soils is up to target. The species, there's very little weed on the property. But where he does environmental plantings, he does that well as well. So he's got 23% of the farm down to trees as a result of his management, but has increased production fourfold on the balance of the land. So actually, on balance, the whole farm is much more productive and more biodiverse and close to carbon neutral. So let me play this for you.
Hi, I'm Mark Whitten. With my wife, Eve Cantor, we farm in southwest Victoria. We trade as Jigsaw Farms. We have 8,500 acres running a wool, lamb and beef operation where we offset the carbon footprint of our ruminant animals and reach carbon neutrality in 2010-11 through planting out nearly 20% of the farm to trees. We started in 1996, and we started doing what at that time was considered perhaps best practice in terms of grazing operation, which was fencing a land type, using shelter belts and doing a lot of plantation work. As we continued on, the seriousness of climate change became a motivation in our own lives, and we're involved on farm and off farm in that issue. And we decided that carbon neutrality was an aim we were trying to do. We then went through a massive tree planting, and over that time we planted over 1 million trees, half for agroforestry or sawlog timbers and half for permanent revegetation, and shelter belt forms. And with the whole farm planning, we wanted to make sure that from a shelter point of view, so lots of shelter belts were put in, that we had different income sources from timbers further on, and we wanted to increase fertility of both the flock through genetics, but also the pasture through fertiliser program. So if you want to have good soil carbons, you need to have a good ground cover on your pastures, or in a cropping situation it would be the same, and that's how we increase our soil carbons. Our soil carbon level here now is just under 4% across the farms, and we test down to 1 metre. So we've got very good data to prove what we're doing. If you look behind, this is a containment area which is holding 7,000 lambs at the moment, which will be all weathers, which will be shorn in the next few weeks, and then they will be sold for meat. And then they will, by being in here, they are protecting our pastures. We've made an active decision to stay with the merino operation here for 2 reasons. We think genetically we've got a lot of movement, and we're continuing to do it to improve our fecundatory levels and therefore lower our carbon footprint. The other thing is we think wool is probably the premium and best moving towards carbon neutral fibre in the world. We've discovered through this that economic sense and carbon sense are actually hand in hand. And that's the story of Jigsaw Farms in a nutshell. That by being high input system, by being profitable, it allows us to do the offsets and to do the good environmental works, but still give a very good return. And I think that's where the future is. From a producer point of view, we would like research to be focused on giving us farm level carbon measurement tools, technologies that we can do to change the behaviour in terms of methane reduction of our animals. That we could come with a ready reckoner which says, if I do a whole farm and want to plant trees here, what will be the carbon sequestration opportunity, both from a species point of view, from a size point of view, from a climate point of view. We're also very keen from a stewardship point of view to hand over to my kids a viable carbon neutral operation which allows them to lower, and again I hope they get better at it than we are going forward, and being carbon positive I think would be the aim for them, a legacy which is going to last beyond me and others. I'm slightly unusual in that I feel very positive about climate change going forward. I think we have the tools and I think we have the will to do what we're going to do, and I think on a farm level we are doing it now, and I'm feeling very excited both from technology change and from by using genetics and understanding trees and understanding sheep and genetics going forward. We can run a high input, high output system, be profitable and be carbon neutral.
So that's Mark, and we've done a few audits on his property. We've just done an updated audit that I'll show you in about 5 minutes' time. Happy to answer any questions as we go. I know some people have to drop off, but the last 10 minutes is just around trees on farm, just a little bit of information there, and then we'll wrap up. In terms of trees on farm, I bring in the jigsaw example because Mark never did that for carbon. Mark had a passion about reducing salinity and about biodiversity. He just happens to be a lover of birds, and he's transformed it from something like 70 birds to 170 birds over the last 25 years. So it was always about biodiversity, and one could argue that benefit continues in perpetuity. But if we go back to the original definition of what a forest is, what Australia adopted, 0.2 of a hectare, greater than 2 metre tall, and 20% canopy coverage. there's no secret that that's just because that's what Landsat could see. The eye in the sky could only see that. So there's no point in going finer resolution than that. I would argue that post the Paris Agreement, things changed. You remember after 1990, after Kyoto, it was only trees that you planted after 1990 counted. There were rules like that. Paris had this attitude of, you come and offer what you can and we'll take it because we want you to offer what you can achieve. It was kind of a bottom-up, countries put on the table their nationally determined contributions. And part of that seems to be that the Science-Based Target Initiative and these international protocols are saying, we don't care when you planted it, as long as it's still growing and sequestering and you planted it. In other words, it's not remnant vegetation. Whereas remnant vegetation is something you're going to have to deal with a lot of livestock producers saying we protect a lot of remnant veg on the property. And you're going to have to say to them, well, that is fantastic for your biodiversity signal when ESG recognizes that. But in terms of the carbon, you can't count it because two reasons. One, you didn't plant it, so it's just naturally happening. And secondly, if you counted it as its true age, if you put it into the carbon calculator, it'll give you a zero sequestration because 100 years later, it's not growing anymore, it's just maintaining. So the net flux in carbon of remnant veg is a bit of a furphy. But the things that do count is species. I mentioned earlier wattles. Black wattle will grow to 18 years and then it dies. Whereas a spotted gum will still be growing 80 years, 100 years later. Climate and soil, obviously temperature, water, nutrients, and plant competition. A standalone paddock tree will express itself more fully in a different shape to a plantation tree that's constrained by the neighbors. So quite different. But what we've done in the GAF tools is provided you with about 400 of these curves. Turns out there's probably only 5 of them, which we're working on at the moment, because the shape of the curve doesn't change much depending on just the faster growth versus the slower growing species. But you can see a typical growth curve is rather sigmoidal rather than linear. So it starts off slowly until the tree establishes itself and then you get carbon sequestered. But there comes a day of reckoning, which for a wattle would be a curve somewhere around 20 years, and it flattens out. A spotted gum, a red gum would probably go for a couple of 100 years before it levels out. Now, it's very expensive to measure tree carbon. We've had the example of sending an auditor out to jigsaw farms and they managed to do 1% in 5 days. So you're not going to measure it, but the measurement method is what's the basal area and what we call an allometric equation, which says take the diameter at chest height and estimate the height of the tree, and there's an algorithm that then converts that into tons of carbon for a species. It's called an allometric equation. But if you want to get more, a cheaper way, you'd get the full CAM model, which is conservative, but will model the species. Now, you've got to be careful about modeling because models are, they're a good thing, but they're always wrong. And what I mean by that is when we did jigsaw farms, the model assumed all the environmental plantings were acacia species. And so we're modeling 25 years later, which then says, well, they're not sequestering carbon anymore, are they? They're in second generation. And the degree to which full CAM was wrong was the degree to which volunteer eucalypts had grown through in the last 20 years, because all the new carbon per hectare 25 years later is sitting in 3 eucalypt trees per hectare. So you've got to be careful about that. The model didn't know those eucalypts were there. We had to actually send a drone out to figure that out. So you can get a quick way of getting at this is the greenhouse accounting framework tables based on multiple runs of the model. So you say in this particular case, you've got 4 options in the model. You say what state you're in, what region of the state, pick a mixed species or a pine or a long-lived eucalypt, what soil type, how old they are, and what area. And then you can allocate them to your various operations on the farm. You can use the Look-See tool as well, but you've got to remember the Look-See tool is very different. It's a tool that CSIRO created to advise you on the potential of various carbon projects on that piece of land. So it doesn't assume to know anything about what's there already. It says, let's assume this is greenfield. If you went for a soil carbon method, this is how many ACCUs you could generate. If you went for environmental planting, this is how many ACCUs you could generate on that particular site. So you've got to be careful how you use the result if you're applying it to a property that exists. Also be careful, it estimates annual and then total sequestration over 25 years, which is the commitment period. So just be cautious about how you use it. It can be useful though. And then you get full cam or Flint Pro. Flint Pro is basically just full cam sitting inside a spatial framework operated by a bunch of private consultants. So if you give them georeferenced corners of your property, they can do a carbon assessment on your property and tell you what the carbon stocks and the annual flux would be as per the full cam analysis. So that's another way of doing it. Now, we often get farmers coming back saying, hang on, if I chop down that tree on Mark's farm, so you remember Mark had all that spotted gum, and Mark was saying, that's my superannuation scheme. Well, at some stage, he's going to chop that down, and then that would be assumed that all the carbon would be lost. This comes back to the days when carbon accounting first started, when you had just one person in Canberra who had to find the data for the whole of Australia on what areas had been logged and what areas hadn't been logged. And so the assumption was if the satellite says the place has been logged, we assume 100% of the carbon is lost, which is not true. It never has been true, but no one ever said it was true. But if you take Mark's situation, if Mark harvested that spotted gum and put it into construction timber, you could argue that 100 years later, at least 40% of that spotted gum is still out of the environment sitting in the frame of the house. Now, fortunately, because these products always decay, it was assumed they'd all go back to the environment, but tracking the life cycle is costly. Now that we have bottom-up methodologies available where Mark can actually declare what happened to the timber, the plantation methodology that's under the ACCS scheme does allow the recognition of harvested wood products. The only flaw in that at the moment, for those of you interested, is the assumption about how much of that wood lands up in construction timber and stays out of the environment 100 years later is buried in the model as an industry average assumption of the fate of timber. I hope that makes sense. Because if you Mark, you wouldn't want to be judged by an average assumption of an industry average. You wouldn't want to say, I sold this timber to construction company X and 40% is now sitting in the frame of that house in Warrnambool. You would want to be that specific because the difference is quite marked. However, let's turn it around and go back to the co-benefits, because the work we've done in the Trees on Farm project actually showed us the co-benefits might be bigger than the primary benefits of carbon. What we mean by that is if you get a small amount of shade and shelter benefit, Mark always puts his lambs, his lambing ewes into the sheltered paddock because he gets better lamb survival. If you value that lamb survival, it's worth more than carbon credits. Biodiversity, we know, is an ESG coming, so you would plant the arrangement differently to maximize biodiversity. Reducing salinity was one of the aspects that Mark focused on. We also found out that one of the major banks would say that when your farm gets above a certain biodiverse coverage of trees, they add a few percentage to the capital value of the property. So you've got the bank saying a property that has more biodiversity scattered through the landscape is worth more on a capital value. These are things that matter at the end of the day. But I reckon what they do is if you start with the co-benefits when you're planning, you plant trees fundamentally differently, you make different choices to when you just wanting carbon credits from a block of trees at the back of the farm. So I would say our message to farmers is let's think about all these co-benefits. How do we maximize those first? And it might be that you just plant trees on the western boundary of the paddock if you're in Western Victoria to get the shade and shelter benefit. There were two case studies we did. Just to finish, I want to show you Mark Whitten's farm details. So we started with a low-stock wool farm in Tullahenny and Yass outside Canberra. And yes, it was 5 DSE, but it was a very fine wool, I think about 17 microns, no, 15 microns, so really fine. But to be fair, it was significant land restoration taking place here. So gully erosion where there was zero soil carbon left and the gullies were re-blocked up and allowed the soil to redevelop. And so if you look at the audit on the right, you had very little greenhouse gas emissions going below the line, but you had significant increase in soil carbon and tree carbon as a result of restoration in the landscape, which is why the carbon balance of that farm has always been positive. We then thought, well, let's take on a far bigger challenge by going to one of the highest stocked farms in Victoria, that was Jigsaw Farms back then, and do the audit on Jigsaw Farms. And I'll show you the data in a moment, but the problem is on a cumulative basis, you've got continuing greenhouse gas emissions being a negative, and you've got very little soil and trees to counterbalance it. Even though 20% of the farm under trees, the high stocking rate always plays a role. So this is what we found in the 2016 audit, where you can see the negative of the livestock emissions. You can see the sequestration in trees and soils over time. But we always predicted the day of reckoning would come, where 2010 mark was carbon neutral, the farm was. But by 2018, we reckoned that the soils and trees would have plateaued, but the emissions from the livestock would continue. We've just repeated the audit and get a very similar picture, where it's just differently presented. The greenhouse gas emissions are the horizontal lines, so total emissions across the top, and your permanent re-veg and your agroforestry as sequestration on an annual basis below. Now, what's interesting is you can see 2011, 2016, and 2019 showing up as positive. Where that brought us to is saying, hang on, can we do carbon accounting slightly more nuanced? And this is certainly what's getting traction in the multinational supply chains like Science-Based Target Initiative, and something we're putting forward under the national guidelines for carbon accounting. Because if you look at the cumulative stocks, they're there. Difference between wattle and spotted gum quite marked. But if you look at the annual flux in carbon on Jigsaw Farms, you've got this lumpy approach where good rainfall, poor rainfall, good rainfall. So in 2011, Mark's farm was grossly carbon positive, but that doesn't help because the next year it wasn't. So if we took a 10-year running mean at that tree carbon instead and said, let's just amortize that over 10 years and say, we're going to take the lumps and we're going to fill the gaps because it's all valid sequestration. We're going to run it forward as a 10-year running mean. Then for 10 years in a row, Mark is 84% carbon neutral. And we found that with groups like the supermarket, that's far more saleable because for 10 years, they can invest in the product out of Jigsaw Farms knowing it's 84% carbon neutral rather than it is this year and it isn't next year. So we think for carbon audits for the supply chain, taking a running mean of soil carbon and tree carbon handles climate variability influences on the fluctuations and gives the market more predictable pathway forward. I'll just leave this with you as a diagram to look up, but to summarize, I reckon what we would be telling farmers is know your number. Why do we want to know our number? Well, the target date for the supply chain is 5 years away. So, oh, let's wait 5 years. No, it turns out you need 5 years of running mean data, 5 years of data to justify what your average emissions intensity is. So actually D-Day is this year to get your number. Know your sequestration number, but more so know what its maximum potential is. Know what the history was, why you have the sequestration you have, know where it can go. If you're in a northern rangeland system, you probably don't have much to move. If you're in a permanent pasture in Bega Valley, you probably maxed out a long time ago with that kikuyu going rampant. But if you're in a cropping situation, you've probably got a lot of room to move. Know what your supply chain target is. Who are you selling to? What is their target? Is it 30%? Is it 40%? Take independent financial advice on whether to generate carbon credits or whether to inset, because both have their benefits. You can't do both though. You can't sell carbon credits and still claim insets in the supply chain. So that's double counting. And then I get farmers onto the do now strategies. You might not be able to reduce greenhouse gas emissions dramatically, but you can certainly plant trees for biodiversity. You can certainly finish your animals earlier. You can certainly get better ABGs. You can certainly get better fertility out of the animals. know your soil fertility, know what the potential is, get a bit better grazing management, more legumes in the system. These are things we can promote now to farmers to do that will return profitability, because a lower emissions intensity is usually a more profitable farm system anyway. So that brings me to the end of what I have. I'm happy to open up to questions from anyone who has. Otherwise, we are on the timeline I suggested we would be on. Yeah, Bonnie, biodiesel, you could probably generate a credit out of biodiesel, but what you would, there's a number of ways you could use it. One, you could say, well, I'm going to use biodiesel on my farm, and as a result, in your carbon audit, you're putting in a much lower or a zero figure against your diesel. In other words, you're not assuming the fossil fuel diesel emission, you're assuming a biodiesel emission, which is, 2 orders of magnitude smaller. That's one way it would count. If it was me, I'd be putting it in the marketplace and claiming a carbon credit from displacement. In other words, go to your truck fleet and say you'll sell them biodiesel, you'll probably make more money that way than just displacing your own diesel. Hopefully that does answer the question. It does. Yeah, Ron, for those arid zone graziers, it really is around more. I'm cautious when I'm saying it, because I know there's cell grazing and holistic resource and those that promote a particular style, but I would say going into more adaptive rotation management is the key, because there's about 9 different philosophies on rangeland grazing management, and cell grazing is one of the 9. But if you look at what really goes on, any good grazier would be applying adaptive grazing management, where any one of those 9 philosophies on grazing management would come into play depending on the need for the next couple of months. So I reckon just good grazing management is probably the best they can do in your area. Just getting weaning rate up, paying more attention to those, getting the percentage of weaners through to market is the key criteria. Supplements and breeding, I'm not particularly sure will play a big role. I'll share the. I've got to let the official version go out through of the PowerPoint, because I don't actually have a Dropbox link of it in PDF form. Bonnie, about control burning. Yeah, so burning, the key with savanna burning is what you're really incentivizing is, if you burned in the hot summer with a high fuel load, you generate more methane and nitrous oxide than you would have if you burned in the cooler spring. So that's the key to savanna burning. So if you then go and burn in the cool season, the credit you get is the difference between a hot burn and a cool burn. Now, obviously, you need to know that you're not just burning more area than you did ever before, when the whole emission goes up.
It's there.
Control burning is also something that could be used strategically, because if you talk to some of the who's the David Phelps, for example, who used to be in Longreach, he introduced me to a way of using control burning to reverse Aristida, for example. So if you're in the Northern Territory and you've got a dominance of Aristida, you're going to get a very much slower growth rate, higher emissions intensity. So how do you reverse that? And I don't know if I'm right, he's right, but his research had shown that because Aristida is shallower rooted than the Mitchell grass, for example, if you burned in the early spring, it runs out of water by the time it gets to the rainy season, whereas Mitchell grass can survive that. And so it's a way of reversing Aristida, which would lead you to a better nutrition of the animals or better finishing of the animals. So those of you who know that system better could probably comment on that. But That to me would be one way, Bonnie, of using, say, control burning to shift species composition in favor of, against, say, something like a wiregrass. That would be a way to use it, I would imagine. Douglas, are you up that way? Are you in the north? They're not coming through. There's something else happening there. You've been muted for so long it doesn't work anymore. Oh, there you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I'm in Perth, WA, but I'm actually from Western Queensland. Barcaldon's my hometown, so the Longreach area is my applicable to where I'm from.
Oh, so you'd probably know David Phelps. He was there for a couple of decades.
Yeah, only by name, but yes. And the cool burning, spring burning, it's interesting. It's a technique that was talked about when I was there, jackarooing and so on, but not many people were using it. That was sort of considered, people used to do this, but I think the grazing pressures had changed as well because the marsupial impact on grazing pressures, and so the burning of pasture seemed like a waste when it was going to get eaten anyway. But yeah.
Yeah, interesting. It's because we've been working on Peter Whip's farm. You might remember him from Longreach.
What was the name, sorry?
Peter Whip. About 60 k's south of Longreach.
Oh, okay. Yeah, on the channels.
On the channels, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So a lot of restoration. He's doing some interesting work with goats to keep the vegetation open and allow more Mitchell grass in. So
yeah, there's been a lot of interesting changes in the landscape. Despite if you drove through over time, it wouldn't have looked much different because there hasn't been big. It's naturally treeless and so on, as you know, apart from the channels and belts of Gidgee, but the different grazing, so from almost all sheep through to cattle, and then people have brought in goats, and the rising marsupial pressure has influenced different parts differently. It's quite an interesting landscape.
Yeah, it's important when you're considering those areas to look at. I think the terminology is true grazing pressure, where you're actually estimating not just what the cattle are eating, but the marsupials and the rabbits as well.
Yeah.
Bonnie, if you're not part of a carbon credit scheme and just reporting your numbers, would control burning count? Yes, we've just had an example of an audit in Northern Australia where they asked that exact question. And what you would have to do is say, it sounds like a negative, but it would be last year you burnt in summer and you ran the gaff tool and declared that you burnt in summer, and this year you burnt in spring. And if it's the same area, you would include that in your carbon audit because it is actually an anthropogenic emission, but it would be a smaller number than last year because you burnt in summer last time and this time you burnt in spring. So we've had a question because a lot of northern graziers would say, well, I'm not involved in the savanna burning project, so I'll just leave it out. But it is a valid inclusion in a carbon account because it does exist in the greenhouse gas inventory. But you only get the counterfactual if you compare to previous years when you did something different. Great. Well, if there are no more questions, we'll pull up stumps and say thank you very much. If you do have questions, let me just put my email address in the chat there. I know I'm going to regret this but I love answering questions when people have got something that's important. So feel free. I just missed the Evoke conference. I was invited to be part of a session at Evoke in Brisbane, but I'd already committed to speak at the Gippsland Red Meat conference on that same day. So,
oh, that's a shame.
Stick with my commitments. All good. Thanks very much, everyone. See you around.
Thank you, Richard.
Cheers.